Madam President, are you ready to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie.
Here.
Sade Fashikun.
Here.
Sorry. Gloria Dolokia.
Here.
All right. Christine Maurer. Here. Aaron Johnson. Alexis Grimes.
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. All right, it is 6:16 p.m. and I call the Leander ISD Board of Trustees meeting to order. We do have a quorum. We'll proceed to our next item on the agenda, which is our opening ceremony. And we get to start with one of our favorite parts of the evening when we have one of our fabulous students come and lead us in our pledge. Before we stand, let me introduce you to who will be leading us in our pledge this evening. Cadet Petty Officer, 3rd Class, Connor Blanchard of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Cadet Blanchard is a junior at Glenn High School and a first-year cadet. He is an active member of the Lone Star Company's physical fitness and drill teams. Cadet Blanchard takes pride in serving the community as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park and local Adopt-A-Road cleanups. He has earned the respect of his classmates and established himself as a trusted go-to leader. Cadet Blanchard's commitment to service, strong academic performance, sharp personal appearance, and exemplary conduct earned him designation as the Naval Science Outstanding Cadet. Cadet Blanchard's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, his school, and the district. Well done, Cadet. We also have his family here, so a big round of applause. Cadet will follow your lead.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor to the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence. Thank you.
All right, we will now get to a next favorite part for board members as we do our Spotlight on Learning. Board members, it is my pleasure to announce this evening our Spotlight on Learning will be Nauman Elementary School. Want to come up?
this program. And even during the pandemic, these kids started in 3rd grade, my 5th graders, and now are 5th grade. And they were chosen by students and peers. And so it's been very great. So thank y'all.
Well, they are amazing. All right, we'll go on to the next part of our agenda, communication announcements, superintendent remarks.
Nothing at this time. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, board member remarks.
I know it was a busy week, a couple weeks or whatever, and so I just wanted to say we went to the Heller Awards, and what an amazing group of students we have that perform in our theater arts departments across the district. And it was just like I had no voice the next day, and my hands hurt from clapping so much. Like I was like hoarse and I couldn't even function the next day. But like we have some amazing students and campuses, and it was just quite impressive, like where we were like 3 of 6, or you know, like we had several nominated for multiple things, and so it was very impressive.
So just a quick announcement that the Vista Ridge Percussion Ensemble won the percussion contest at TCU on the 9th, which is pretty amazing. They swept the whole entire thing. We even had a sophomore snare player get top snare, so it was really great. The next little piece was, it's all band stuff for me this time, UIL and YAC finals. YAC is sort of the solo and ensemble contest for the high school level. So our high schools kind of do a round robin thing where they end up with the top 10 that play. And the musicality that is coming out of this district is amazing. Sweepstakes for all of our bands at UIL this week. So really, really proud of all of our fine arts folks.
I was busy. We had a great time at the Heller Awards. That was the first time I've ever gone, and oh my goodness, I really hope to see some of my other board members go next year. You have to. On Tuesday of this week, Danielson Middle School kicked off their unified basketball game, and it was so amazing to see not only the students, but our teachers and so we had some camp administrators there, but everyone was having the most fantastic time. That's like what inclusion really is about. Like Mark, Mr. Kohler was down there with the kids playing basketball in New Jersey. The kids were just pumped up. They even got my daughter to play basketball, which is like, it's amazing. And also Tuesday, I was extremely excited to be part of the community-based accountability steering committee. And what I loved about it, y'all know how much I love our strategic plan and our guiding documents, but to see our administrators use these documents and also get into the weeds of our strategic plan so they can develop our district improvement plan. I was on cloud 9 after that meeting. I know that's a lot of meetings for administrators and teachers, but as a board member to sit in there and to see the work that we've done as a board and how it's trickling down and it'll eventually trickle down to the campus level, it's some pretty awesome stuff. And also, excuse me, yesterday I got to attend one of my favorite celebrations this district does. It's the Live Celebration. We recognize our 18 plus students and our students in the transition program, special education, and I want to say it's 165 students, Kimberly, yeah, sorry, in this program. And what I love about it is these students are excited. And I know in my experience as a parent to a child with disability, there's a lot of unknowns when they're born. And to be able to have your child get to that step and thinking that step might have not happened I'm just so proud of the program that we have in Leander ISD. And I also got to give a shout out. I don't know if y'all are aware, but during this program, we recognize a bus driver. Sorry for looking at my notes. It's the Marty Jensen Award. And it's given to our bus drivers who go above and beyond. And this year it was Nikki Allen. She won it. And so I just want to say congratulations to Nikki Allen. And if you guys can next year, please attend it. And last thing, shout out Bruce's cabinet and administration guys. They were all there at this celebration. So thank you guys for taking the time to celebrate these students because that's what matters. Thank you.
Just wanted to, I'm not sure we talked about this before, but this month is National School Librarians Month, School Library Month. And so it's just a reminder to the community to thank our librarians for the vital role that they play in educating our students. Thank you.
This week, we had our CACAC final meeting, and that's our Curriculum Advisory Committee. And it was a real learning journey this year with the group. I think about like the first meeting through the last meeting and what were the lessons learned through that process. It was really a good process, I think, for the community to see what goes into every TEAC. And, you know, a lot of the different folks that participated said, wow, this is a lot of information. This is too much information to go through in one meeting. And was like, well, this is one section. And so give some perspective. Some of the other things that were shared were different ways that we can share curriculum. You know, I think the district's done a really good job of having it, you know, at board meetings and having it at a school in the north and the south. But one of the things the committee talked about is really partnering with PTA and partnering with different groups so that we can put it at meetings where parents are already at, that they're already going to. Because sometimes it's hard to, okay, I'm going to go see this book adoption or this curriculum at a campus on this day, but if I'm already going there because it's science fair night or, you know, it's a PTA meeting, it just makes it that much, easier for our parents to engage. I was also just really impressed at the number of teachers who, you know, teach all day and then volunteer as teachers and as parents to be a part of that process. As we would break up into groups and go through the curriculum, if you don't really have a background in curriculum, it's kind of overwhelming. And so, you know, even if we were looking at social studies curriculum and you had a language arts teacher or, you know, any type of educator who is familiar with TEACs and curriculum, they were able to really help and guide that. And another feedback was we always need to have an educator in each room to do that, because when we didn't, sometimes we were like, okay, what do we do with all of this? So it was a really good process. Jennifer Collins, thank you for kind of leading that journey and really helping us develop that program and reflect about what are the ways that we can make it stronger for next year. Another shout out to Vandergriff Valor Viperbots. They are at the World Championship right now, and I was back there eating and watching their final match for today, and I was like, doing this, and Bruce was like, leave her alone, she's getting stressed. It's just fabulous seeing our students in all of these different extracurriculars. When we see band and we see theater, these are opportunities for our students to really extend that intrinsic motivation and extend their learning into these areas that really drive them and give them passion. And I've been to the Heller Awards before, and we kind of clean up. You know, LISD cleans up there, and we go to band functions, and we kind of clean up. And we're at robotics right now, and we were the Texas State Championships. We kind of clean up. And so it's just a big shout out to all the coaches and directors and teachers that make all of those programs possible for our students.
Board members, I was able to attend a AP capstone presentation, and it was just 3 capstone presentations at that time. There were so many that were going on that day, but just echoing and reiterating the excellence we see in our students across the district. And it was so interesting to hear these students talk about their passion projects. One was talking about consumer shopping and what kind of controls that impulse buying. Another one was talking about plant-based diet. The one that struck me because of the time frame that conversations we're having, though, was the student was looking at kind of social isolation and what is the impact on students now that they're coming back, and what is it like being in the classroom? So to hear the student kind of take those real world learning experiences, put them in a project, and then to hear students talk about things like they're running a T-test, and I'm like, oh, I didn't even mess with that till I got to college. So it was just inspiring and really a joy to watch these kiddos be excited about their learning, and that's what we keep talking about, is connecting them to their passion. So that was awesome. I did also get to go talking about teachers and the amazing things of the extra hours, whether at Heller Awards and they're staying until that ceremony is done, which was really late, and then the board trustees were like, let's go say hi to the bus drivers, because our bus drivers were out there, and so we went and said hi to the bus drivers. We also, well, I got to see at Aiken, they were doing a continuous improvement graduation ceremony, and so they basically, teachers volunteered to go to extra meetings on top of everything else they were doing to talk about continuous improvement tools, how they can use them in the classroom and bring voice to students in the classroom, and talking about how they use these tools to hear the students' voice, hear the students kind of help drive their learning, was just inspiring and amazing. And so when we do our dots up here and we use our continuous improvement tools, just know that they're the things our district's talking to our teachers about, of how important these tools are and how they help elevate that voice. And it was so cool to watch them do it at a classroom level. So two small homework things, I guess, or things to house cleaning issues. The board book for the agenda tonight, we're going to take, when we get to our operations, or as soon as superintendent reports down, we're going to pull operations up, because I know board members are really interested and want to talk a lot about the compensation plan. So we'll be having our operations section of the agenda come up above our student experience and our governance for this time. The other thing is, when our board operations subcommittee met, our committee met, internal committee, we were looking over it and we realized we had put in there that there'd be chairs for your internal, just your internal board committee. So make sure you get somebody, even if it's just something interim until we start getting in that official cycle. So there's somebody who knows they're in charge of kind of keeping up the meeting, talking to the admin person they need to talk to get all that clarified.
Who should they let know about being the chair for said committee?
It's just, right now it's just internal. Just let your team know and then talk to Bruce.
Perfect.
So Bruce's office, Dr. Gearing's office. All right. Don't want to be too informal there. All right, if that's it, anything else? Okay. We will move on to our citizens' comments. Please note that there are other ways you can communicate with your board, but this agenda item is time set aside for us during this meeting to hear from our community. We are going to be restricted in the ways we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate nor make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. Therefore, please note that this format is not a conversation or a back and forth discussion. We'll ask that your comments respect that limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Directing your comments also up here to the board when you're speaking. Our board operating procedures enumerates further requests, but I will sum up by saying we encourage polite and professional conduct. Officers have also confirmed with council that I will remind you of our request for polite and professional conduct if it becomes necessary that you need a reminder during your comments. We ask that the audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during the citizen comments. We are now going to call our speaker number one. You'll have up to 1.5 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you'll hear a chime when your time is up. Please conclude your comments when you hear that chime. Speaker number one.
Thank you, Superintendent Gearing, board members, LASD staff, and teachers here today. Thanks as well to Leander police officers here to protect us. As an LASD student, I think board meetings should be about supporting schools and positive change. Today, I'm here to ask that LASD adopt a more modern approach to school discipline. I would like to ask you to revise district policy and guidelines to avoid collective punishment. Collective punishment happens when one or few students break rules or expectations, and a larger group, an entire class, or even a whole grade or school are disciplined with penalties or loss of privileges. While most teachers and administrators see collective punishment as a bad practice, some still engage in it. Students see collective punishment as unfair. It punishes all students. It leads to retaliation and bullying against those who made a mistake. It also creates bad feelings and a loss of sense of community and goodwill. Collective punishment also leads to students feeling ostracized. They can't recover, so they may engage in more negative behavior. Studies show that students who break rules often are acting out because they have been bullied or mistreated in or out of school. A punishment paradigm does not fix those underlying problems. A negative cycle of rejection and discipline can cause students to be pushed out of school altogether. This is an area where district experts can lead with socially intelligent policies to replace the old beliefs in collective punishment. Thank you for all you do.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 2.
Hello. I am all in for LISD. LISD started with a one-room schoolhouse in 1855. Over a century later, an $8 million bond was passed to create Leander High School, which served 1,200 students. Today, LISD has over 41,000 students in 45 diverse schools. LISD is built on a foundation of strong relationships. Families and teachers work side by side to ensure that all our students have a safe and supportive environment. Together, we nourish future leaders and lifelong connections. We believe this work, which is rooted in public education, is central to our community. Our students deserve an accurate, honest, and quality education, no matter their background. This November, there are some key issues that are facing our school district. We want to properly fund our district to meet the growing needs of our community and allow students to go to their neighborhood schools. We want to restore local control to our district so that educators can focus on best meeting the needs of their students. And we want to support our teachers and staff to have the pay, benefits, and quality of life that will make our district competitive in this challenging economy. State and local politicians have actively divided and distracted us to deny the resources our schools, families, and communities need. They have blocked the funding of our classrooms and are running for school board, not to continue the growth in our district, but to dismantle it. And while they work to control the political narrative surrounding our schools, LISD educators have continued to work in some of the most trying times in education. With a strong foundation, we can continue to be an amazing district while embracing our growth. Please support public education initiatives and leaders that serve all in LISD.
All right, thank you. Speaker number 3.
Good evening, governance team. Simply put, I come to you tonight to request more support for our teachers, support staff of this district. My coworkers are leaving the industry by the handful, and I don't blame them. Most of us have second jobs. All teachers work more than 40 hours a week with no additional compensation, and a great deal of us feel a little mistreated by the way the district handled the House Bill 3 Texas Reading Academy academics. We all work hard to serve our students, and in an effort to ensure that every student of mine has the opportunity to learn, as a special education teacher, I'm called upon to not only provide the multitude of tasks that are asked of teachers every day, but in addition, I provide nursing care. I incorporate occupational and physical therapy activities, assistive technology for communication, and intense behavioral supports. I'm like all teachers, though. We love what we do. In fact, we love it so much, we extend our work days by helping students in homebound settings or volunteering for Special Olympics. I say all this to you tonight because when I ask for more support, it comes from a special place in my heart that is overworked, underfunded, and way too many other duties as assigned, which is something that most of us deal with, but in the education, that's a little different. We're all affected by the current economic situation in our community. And without significant increase to our wages, the shortage in staffing will only increase and create a negative impact on education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 4.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion, tolerance, and how they relate to your decision-making processes. Are they just words? What do they mean? One of the ways that I use to share this theme about this topic, I relate it to love and hate. Same subject. Are they just words? No, they're not. They're actions. They're what we do. They're based on what you do, how you respond. It's not just a word. And I want to just point out that there are things that we are doing here in our district that you guys are deciding and your actions are showing that are they just words to you or do your actions dictate otherwise? We are called to be tolerant. We are called to be inclusive of the minority view. Do we always do that? Some of the decisions you're going to be discussing tonight are going to call into question. Do you consider every opinion? Are you elected to represent everyone or just the people you like? What do your responses on social media dictate? A fellow parent made a comment this week on social media and was then attacked all day and then egged on and doxxed by one of your members, one of your board members. Equity includes everybody, even those with whom we don't agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 5.
Hey, everyone's doing tonight? I brought my sign back because here's the truth. The truth is still the truth, even if no one believes it. A lie is a lie, even if everyone believes it. This board is a lie. You're not good. You're terrible. You're like the worst. As I was reading over the notes for tonight, oh my gosh, you want to get rid of every way in which we can see how the school is doing. I talked to a mom just today. She had tears in her eyes. She said her daughter in 6th grade does not want to go back to her school tomorrow because she is not appreciated. She is not loved by the school. She is not learning. Your whole point of being is learning. You're supposed to be the better of us. A year ago at this time, I showed up and I traveled the same route, back roads that I did before because I didn't know how to get here before. And I said that to you before. A year ago at this time, I said, you're supposed to be the better of us. And as one of our friends just said a minute ago, and you're not. You're not. Time and time again, we look at it, you fail us. In fact, you're all in for teaching inappropriate material. You're all in for teaching things that, as adults, people feel squeamish about. And there's nothing funny about when people get doxxed and they are sent cardboard penises in the mail. That's not nice. And your members are doing that.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 6.
Good evening. I am no stranger to speaking during this time in the agenda, and my reasoning for being here is threefold. First, you all have been personally attacked and mocked for doing what you believe is right for the children of LISD. While many will not say it, I personally want to commend and thank you for your service. You all are just trying to do what's best for our children, and for that you should be commended. One of those tough decisions relates to the bond initiative that we discussed tonight. I stand here in support of the initiative, realizing that investments must be made not only to ensure a robust and prosperous district, but also to attract and maintain our educators and our staff in this highly competitive and polarized environment. To that end, I would also be remiss if I did not once again advocate for the current neighborhood school system and for a school in Treviso. Go Treviso. My last reasoning here is to address the public attack on public education we find here in Leander. You will see a lot of charlatans, for lack of a better word, that will come up here and say many things, will have props, and will try to say that, we're trying to indoctrinate children just by offering them diverse points of view. To that, I say it must be rejected, and thank you for standing up and saying that for a public school, it is to be public where all views are accepted and appreciated. Please continue to stand in the gap for the ones who are misrepresenting what you are trying to do, and that is to make sure that public education remains public for all persons in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 7.
I am all in for librarians. They are the first figures of literacy for many of our students, and they are the faces of welcome and warmth. As a child who had a speech impediment, my place of solace was among the books in the library where my stumbling, stuttered speech was not looked down upon or laughed at. Instead, this stammering was commonplace among characters like Professor Quirrell and Billy Babbitt. Our librarians provide the space many of our students need in order to feel belonging and acceptance. Librarians find us the people who show us we aren't alone. Our librarians spend countless hours trying to help foster a love of reading and knowledge. While they are stacked up against some heavy hitters, friends, social media, and streaming shows, they tirelessly continue the effort to get one more book in front of one more student, to find one more resource that wasn't there before, to present one more glimmer of insight that was overlooked. They provide their campuses with the proper conditions in order to allow learning to flourish. They are the heart of every campus in Leander. This is why I am all in for LISD.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 8.
Hi, good evening. I'm a counselor at Vandegrift High School, and I'm very proud to be here tonight. It's interesting, a comment was made earlier and kind of timely about an AP capstone project about social isolation. Sorry, and it's a great segue into what I wanted to bring up tonight. I hope you'll consider the following as you are having these discussions tonight that impact our schools. The first is that both Vandegrift and Cedar Park High Schools are slated to lose a school counselor position, increasing each remaining counselor's caseload to just under 400 students to one counselor. Number two, to adequately meet the needs of students and families, the nationally recommended maximum counselor to student ratio is 250 to 1. Number three, a reduction in the number of school counselors at the high school level causes significant shifts in student to counselor assignments, requiring many students to change counselors, impacting the established student-counselor relationship. And number four, due to the pandemic, the level of concern for student mental health has increased from a crisis to a national emergency, and mental health providers are difficult to secure. So my question is why, at a time when our students and our community need us the most, when we define our first core belief as putting students at the heart of every decision, would we reduce the number of counselors on our campuses? Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 9.
Hi, I'm Darren Urida. I'm a parent of 3, soon to be 4 kids at LISD, and I'm here to talk about pedestrian safety, bonds, and staff compensation. I was here back in November to talk about pedestrian safety on campus, and then since then we've had multiple children actually get injured at Reagan Elementary. And so the feedback I received from staff at the time was sidewalks are the city's responsibility, but I think they misunderstand. I'm talking about the on-campus portion. To get to school, you have to cross parent pickup lines at several of the campuses. Usually there's only one. Some schools have 0 ways to get to campus. Cedar Park High School, you cannot walk from the street to the high school. It's impossible. So yeah, if we could look at a way to try to improve the pedestrian access on campus, that would go a long ways to improving safety of our students. And that leads into the bonds. So maybe this is something that could be included in the next round of bonds. That would be really awesome. And I support going for a bond election in November. And then last, pay increases. Yeah, max out whatever you can. Labor market's super tight. Where I work, we're trying to retain employees, and anything you can do to retain an employee, because it's so much more expensive to replace them later on. So I fully support that as well. And with my last few seconds, of course, I'll say go Ranger Band. Thanks.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 10.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I am all in for the clubs and extracurricular programs our students have. Did you know that on our secondary campuses there are over 100 unique groups that students can be a part of. They range from student council to gardening to sports, and they are phenomenal. My child found his place in athletics. He was always reserved and shy until he discovered football. Throughout the athletics program, he developed friendships, learned valuable skills, and took a strong interest in physical fitness and healthy habits. He's a leader on his football team and takes great pride in all of his endeavors. His experiences in LISD's athletic program have been invaluable to both his personal and his academic growth. I could not be more proud of him. The GSA Student-Led Club has proven to be a literal lifeline for many of our LISD students. As the adult in the room, I get to see friendships develop, leadership skills grow, and students embracing their true selves. An email from a former member highlights this. I'm so glad I had GSA last year because I was going through a hard time and was questioning everything, and I was at the point that I was thinking of doing harmful things to myself. But when I joined GSA, everything changed. I didn't talk to anyone at first, and I was not going to come back, but decided I should, so I did. It was my escape. I made so many new friends and even came to terms with myself. I even had the courage to tell a few people about my identity. Thanks to you and GSA, I don't have harmful thoughts anymore, and I've come to terms with who I am. These opportunities for all of our One LISD students to find their place of belonging is why I am all in for LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 11.
Good evening. I'm all in for the construction of new schools. I'm all in for students and staff at the schools currently over 100% functional capacity to be able to move freely and comfortably. I'm all in for students and staff currently holding class in portables to be able to move into facilities with bathrooms where they are part of the unified student body. I'm all in for new library maker spaces and new playground equipment because everyone knows not all learning takes place in the classroom. I'm all in for renovations and improvements such as lower toilets and sinks to support the early childhood learners, carpet and furniture replacement, roofing and HVAC repairs. I'm all in for renovations of ROTC buildings and drill fields, ag barn improvements, replacements for old band instruments, new performing arts facilities, and safety improvements at band practice fields. I'm all in for the care of special needs students through the modernization of ICAP classrooms and a new facility for the 18+ program. I'm all in for the construction of new warehouses, office facilities, new buses and bus repair. I'm all in for all these things and many more. I'm all in for thinking big and imagining new exciting projects that are needed for continuing growth in our district. This is why I am all in for LASD. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 12.
I'm all in for my child's teachers in Leander ISD. On the first day of kindergarten, my child felt so connected to their teacher that they lifted their teacher's skirt at recess to make sure she was wearing shorts. After all, what if the teacher wants to do cartwheels with her friends, Mom? The teacher was not wearing shorts that day. Yet somehow, she responded with dignity and grace and taught a very valuable lesson about privacy to a group of 5-year-olds and became one of my child's favorites to this day. I'm all in for the first grade teacher who managed to teach my child math, regardless of the many days that she had to miss while her child was ill. I'm all in for the teacher who provided flexible seating for my little wiggle worm and held a Google Meet with her class from their own vacation. I'm even in for the teacher who apparently has a better read aloud voice than you, Mama, and the teacher who made my kid so comfortable with tarantulas that she caught her own at our house. I'm all in for the teachers who gave my kid the confidence to speak aloud to their peers on the morning announcements, the teachers who made trash get ball the coolest reward ever, if only throwing trash away at home worked that way. There are so many teachers in Leander ISD with so many talents. My kid is all in for the joy that you bring to your classrooms. Please keep it up for 5 more Mondays. Parents like me are all in for teachers like you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 13. Speaker number 13.
There are cracks and non-transparency in the book review and reconsideration process. For one, it does not align with the EF legal policy, but rather the local EF policy is written to allow all kinds of books that don't have disclaimers or trigger warnings about suicide, sex, gang rape, bullying, and more violence. The board should adopt a policy that presents multiple viewpoints related to these controversial, traumatic topics that get critical thinking flowing and create more discussion for diverse reading. Background information regarding the books would allow students to make their own judgments and add to their intelligence in the real world that they will face. Not having this info can create unwanted trauma, whether a student can relate or have never heard such torturous rape, violence, or pornography like myself after reading one of these books. The trigger content on these sensitive topics should be reviewed more carefully for our precious developing kids. We should remember, although there is easy access in the world today to view about anything for children, it's not okay to abuse a child's mind and manipulate by exposing such a trauma that could cause them harmful thoughts, depression, and psychological oppression. Also, the burden that adults are still grappling with society today. Why does the state of Texas have requirements regarding these harmful elements to kids for school districts to model if our district does what they want to do and fit lawlessness into the policy? When the review was conducted for STAMP, the facilitator never asked the committee to consider the objections raised by the community members who stood against these harmful elements. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 14.
Hi, I'm reading on behalf of a community member. LISD's checklist for reconsideration of instructional materials questions do not address concerns of inappropriateness. LISD's checklist is an absolute joke if you are on the side of fighting to keep LISD from providing pornographic and explicit content out of the hands of our youth. LASD librarians and teachers state some children might be experiencing troubles, and books like this will let them know others are experiencing the same troubles. How about LASD create a top-notch program that provides an avenue for students to reach out to designated teachers within their grade level, school counselors, and staff members who can put them in contact with the proper professionals outside of the district to help them with their struggles. Get real. Providing a fictional book with explicit sexual content does not help children with their darkest struggles. Getting children real help from professionals helps them with their darkest struggles. The arrogance that principals, assistant principals, teachers, and librarians who are not properly and professionally certified, thinking that educators at LASD should take on these heavy roles on topics such as these is ludicrous. LASD is playing with fire. Sensitive topics require trained psychologists, not a book on a shelf.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 15.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gearing, and Board of Trustees. I want to thank you for the amazing work that you do to facilitate the education and support of the tens of thousands of students and staff in our great district. Thank you also, teachers and support staff, for your dedication and love of your students. The amazing things y'all do, big and small, do not go unnoticed, but just when we thought teaching could not become any more difficult, in the words of noted mathematician Dr. Ian Malcolm, life finds a way. Teachers are under attack. This is worse, far worse than what I could have imagined when I left the profession only 2 years ago. Some continue to fill these meetings with hateful, baseless rhetoric, berating teachers for sins not committed or even conceived of by anyone except their accusers. Our teachers and support staff are passionate, professional, and highly skilled at their jobs, and they need to get paid. Those who discharge such hurtful lies and performative vitriol don't seem to understand that their actions are driving teachers out in droves. Where do they think they're going to find people to teach their kids? We've already seen how they treat district staff who love their kids and continuously fight for their success. You can't send kids to an empty building. The board will be discussing teacher compensation tonight. And while it appears that Leander ISD is at or ever so slightly above the median for salaries in this area, I implore you to show real leadership and fight for a lot more than the status quo. Teachers and support staff don't need a minuscule increase dwarfed by inflation. They need a sea change. Don't just stop the bleeding, heal the wound. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16.
I'm all in for LISD's custodians. Our custodians work tirelessly to support our students in their learning environment every single day. Our schedules do not always overlap to see them in person, but we see their work and we appreciate all that they do for us. We know that our custodial staff has risen to additional challenges over the past few years with COVID by cleaning even deeper and taking on extra responsibilities to cover for vacancies in staffing or for colleagues that were out sick. We are all thankful for their dedication in keeping our students safe during these times and ensuring that they could continue to learn. Our custodians still go above and beyond for us, sanitizing every surface and keeping up with the demands that come with the return to 100% of our students back in our buildings. The truth is that we would not be able to function as a district without them. To close, quiero decirles gracias a todos los custodios en el distrito, especialmente a Isabel, quien limpia mi área en Glen High School. Yo la aprecio, su ayuda, nuestras conversaciones y su corazón. That's why I'm all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 17.
Good evening. Thank you all for being here. I'm all in for supporting lifelong learners in LISD. I'm one of 9 LISD graduates in my family. All of us consider ourselves to be lifelong learners, and it all started with the support and services we received here in LISD. It was my experience as a student in this district that inspired me to come back to LISD as an educator. And even though my role in this district has changed, LISD continues to provide opportunities for me to engage in continuous learning. LISD's commitment to providing time for professional development through programs and workshops such as Leander Writes, the Continuous Improvement Conference, Cool Week, and the Aspiring Leader Program allows me to continue my personal and professional learning journey, all the while being surrounded by other educators who are similarly committed to bettering themselves and their teaching practices. This culture of continuous improvement that LISD has created empowers me and other teachers to keep learning and keep adapting to improve our practices so that we can best meet the needs of the students in our classrooms. I want to give my students the same opportunities that LISD has given to me and my family, so that they too can achieve their goals and become lifelong learners. And that's why I'm all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 18.
If we had a normal education, a normal traditional education, we wouldn't be having all these problems and all this arguing going on. I really don't understand why anybody would think my friend Dahmer would have a setting in any school library. Parents want a basic education for their students, the 3 R's, reading, writing, arithmetic. And I guess most of you heard about a student in the community being raped in a private home at a sleepover with 7 boys. 2 of them were arrested. Some of those students are back in school. I can't help but think that the entire push with the CRT, the rainbow flags, the LGBTQI push had something to do with this. And trust me, the young student over here wants the modern discipline. Okay, there are a lot of discipline problems in this community, in this district. I know too much about too many problems in this school, so you're really not understanding what's really happening in this district. But I do, because I have friends and I understand what's happening, because I've seen it too when I used to work in Leander. And so I'm very concerned. You should be concerned about what I just spoke about. You can look it up on the internet too. It's all been hush-hushed as well. And all these kids that hurt this child, put him in the hospital, they put it all over the internet, all over social media. And I know the police and everybody's involved in this. These are minors, but you know what? I think one of them is going to have a felony on his record. I don't know what you think, but these are middle school students. You guys have got to go.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 19.
Are we on? Good evening, trustees. Good evening, Superintendent Gearing. My name is Mike Sanders, and tonight I'd like to say a few words about Agenda Item 7C, which is regarding the pornographic books that we have in our classrooms in Leander ISD. I'd like to, first of all, thank you for finally putting this on the agenda, because for many months, parents have been coming in and talking to you about this pornography and asking you to remove this pornography from our classrooms, and for many months, it's been ignored, and finally it's on the agenda, and I want to thank you for that. I want to tell you that the solution to this is really pretty simple. The solution, all it takes to solve the pornography problem in our schools is this. For you folks, this Board of Trustees, to say to our superintendent, sir, you have two options. Remove the pornography out of our schools or start looking for a new job. If you folks are willing to say that to the superintendent, the pornography will leave the classrooms just like that. But it doesn't, because you're not willing to say that to the superintendent because you approve of the pornography. It was very interesting that just a few weeks ago, one of you was called out by name for approving of the pornography, and she got angry that someone was calling her out by name. You don't want your name associated with your own work product, but you're the ones who choose the committees that approve of this stuff, and they're hand-selected people who think just like you and will approve of this trash in the classrooms. And so the fault is on you, and you can't just pass the blame over these committees. The fault is on you, and the solution is simple.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 20.
Thank you to the board, the superintendent, to the police who are here tonight. I came here all in with gratitude for the teachers, the staff of LISD. You've made a huge difference for our family. About 11, almost 12 years ago, we started creating a gratitude journal every night in our family, sharing our gratitude, who we're thankful to. And I went back over that the last couple weeks, looking at incredible memories. And what I discovered we're coming up on day 4,000 of keeping a family gratitude journal. And we have, by my estimate, about 15,000 entries for teachers and LISD staff and parents and others who we've met in the schools who've done amazing things for our family and help our children become who they are, help us be better parents, help us learn how citizens should be in the world. The memories are special, whether it's from kindergarten, volunteering in the schools, watchdogs, moving heavy equipment, tutoring in math, learning things that I've never known before, reading hundreds of thousands of books with my kids, hundreds of thousands of pages with my kids, because they're voracious readers and they're demanding that I read the same books because they're so terrific. So you undergo so many attacks. You're not treated the way you should. And I just want to tell you, there are no words to express the gratitude that our family has, that many families have. I hope more parents show up for you at the schools or at the board meeting or wherever they see you and tell you how thankful they are. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 21.
An LISD teacher says, I searched every LISD document and website, including the graduate profile, and could not find anywhere that Leander Independent School District promotes and provides the following reading material to their students. Yet they do. These are a lot of quotes. Quote, Chrissy confides to her friend V that she had painful intercourse with Sam. V states, it'll get better. It's about time the two of you did it. Again, quote, oh, you know, we had to come up with some new positions. Quote, I felt a phantom throb between my legs and forced myself to breathe in and out. Quote, I willed my thighs to relax. Quote, you're just saying that because you're so horny you'd screw a horse. Quote, I kissed him and our wet bodies rubbed against each other and everything was heat and muscle and lust. Quote, what did I say in my email? No, come in the tub. This is a 5-bedroom house. Quote, up in the master bedroom, Sam stripped off his suit as soon as we shut the door and grabbed at mine. Before I knew it, I was naked, chattering, then Sam fumbles for a condom. I knew I had one somewhere. There it is. Quote, I was having sex with a boy. This is from a book called None of the Above.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 22.
So I'm Mrs. Pogson, and I'm going to have to go through this really fast and try to skip some parts. So 10 out of 10 of the books that you've reviewed, you have deemed are appropriate for putting in the hands of children through the review process. I did that report. I sent it to you and to Williamson County Commissioners Court, and I also have it, and along with some pictures and excerpts of the books that are in question, and a QR code if anyone else wants to look at the process. I've documented some of the failures in the process, and so I will try to summarize some of those because I admit that the report's kind of long and boring. Sorry about that. The process is supposed to compare, to use EF legal and EF local as criteria and standards, and yet it turns to ALA, American Library Association, which has no jurisdiction and no authority over our district. In fact, they say that children of all ages have complete privacy to read whatever they want. And I think that there are parents in the community that disagree with that. Part of the process, the library services coordinator attended each committee meeting, and that's not right.
All right. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 23.
I stand here before you today unsure about what there is left to say, since concerns brought forth are either mocked, ignored, or negated through endless committees. I guess my question is, where will the line be drawn regarding vulgar material in LISD? We have material scattered throughout our schools via curriculum and library books that any rational adult with an inkling of common sense knows it's inappropriate for minor students due to the explicit and perversely vulgar content. Yet there are those that have fought so hard to push this on our children. Why? What is the benefit of exposing other people's children to graphic sexual experiences? I'll never understand why grown-ass adults find it appropriate to supply sexually explicit and vulgar content to kids. They're not your kids. These books are approved through a series of messy, flawed, and stacked processes. The glaring discrepancies between EF legal, EF local, and the actual review process forms is astonishing. None of them are in alignment. I find it irresponsible to continually push books through a clearly flawed process.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 24.
Under a movie rating system, these books would be labeled R for the profanity alone. You would think that the leading document for review would be EF legal. Instead, the leading document more accurately reflects the American Library Association standards. If the board values that policies be in alignment, why isn't the intent of EF legal more reflected in our EF local policy? If the board values following policy, why has EF legal been ignored when it clearly states, quote, that a district may remove materials because they are pervasively vulgar or based solely upon the educational suitability of the books in question? We have heard 4 board members and the superintendent state that they wouldn't want their own children reading this material. Then why support a system in which 40,000 students are exposed? You have the power at any given time using EF legal standards to remove pervasively vulgar materials.
If you or your employees have chosen not to exercise this legal option out of fear of backlash, then I suggest either one, you hire more discerning and competent employees to select the appropriate material, or two, the board hires a more discerning and competent superintendent who is unafraid to stand by the same standards he sets for his own children. You have the power, all of you. Use it for good, please. Clean house so we can get back to the basics of education.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 25. Press the button.
There we go. I need to read. Literacy is important. My name is James. My family and I, we just moved into we're in the process of moving into a new build in Deerbrook. We're really excited. I have a family of 4 kids. One of them is going to Plain Elementary. One of them is going to Danielson Middle School. In a very short period of time, we'll have a student at Glenn High School, a student at Danielson, a student at Plain. So we're really excited about the future that Leander Independent School District can provide for them. We've actually lived in a variety of different school districts. When we first moved here in 2014, we were in Round Rock. And we moved down to Southwest Austin, and we were in Austin Independent School District. So we're now very excited to be here in the Leander Independent School District. We know that you have a lot of decisions to make about funding. I know I'm probably going to be paying about $12,000 a year in property taxes. A lot of it, will be used by the school district. So you need to be, wise stewards of that. I just wanted to share a few comments, and my comments are informed by the fact that all of my grandparents were teachers. A second grade art teacher, a fifth grade teacher, a physical education teacher, a university educator. My mom taught as a substitute. And you have a lot on your plate, all right? But I want you to know this. I am all in for LISD, and I'm all in for keeping Leander connected. And there's transportation infrastructure in Proposition A we all need to look at for sidewalks.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 26.
Good evening. I am a 4th grade teacher at Reagan Elementary, and I love having interactive days like Starbucks and going above and beyond the call of duty in order for all my students to be engaged in their learning. But tonight, I am here to talk about how I am all in for PTAs. This is a big week at my school as our fabulous PTA is putting on our annual carnival for the first time in 2 years tomorrow. From teachers getting pied in the face to hamster balls, bounce houses, DJs, and food trucks, none of this would be happening without our PTA board members and volunteers. They've worked tirelessly to organize this so our kids and community have a fantastic time. Our PTA also organizes our biggest and most engaging fundraiser, the Apex Fun Run. With funds raised, teachers get to spend a percentage of what their class raised on items specifically for their classrooms. These funds also paid for every grade level's field trips where parents didn't have to pay anything out of pocket. Our PTA also hosts our Scholastic book fairs, which the kids and teachers love so much. With those funds, grade levels got to choose books to buy for the school that would replenish old, torn books and be used by the school for years to come. Lastly, I want to praise our PTA DEI chair for buying flags from all different countries that are represented at our school. The kids love seeing their flags flying high in our cafeteria and couldn't wait to tell their teachers and friends. That is another reason why I am all in for LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 27.
Hi, I am all in for student clubs. I love that our students, whether they be elementary, middle, or high school, can find something to connect to through the wide variety of clubs that can be started on our school campuses. In my time as a teacher in this district, I have been the sponsor of several clubs, from Destination Imagination, and here's a little plug for La Team, who is heading to Globals in May, to D&D and Comics Club, to the Ukulele Club, Student Council, and our GSA. Leander ISD faculty and staff cultivate passion and creativity through these extra opportunities for students. Sponsors spend extra time and often their own money to give students opportunities
opportunities to learn and grow. Let me briefly share my experience with 3 of our clubs. Ukulele Club meets once a week after school and currently only has 1 regular member, but that student has gone from a complete beginner in October to knowing multiple chords and strumming patterns and having the confidence to play songs with me. Even just one person who wants to learn the uke is enough for me to set aside some time to teach it. The Student Council also meets after school and has over 20 members who work together to do a variety of activities, from our annual food drive in the fall to running booths at the dance tomorrow night and performing community service. They vote, they discuss, and they are actively involved. I'm very proud of the growth and leadership I'm seeing in them. And our GSA meets every Friday. I always hear, this is the best part of my week. Giving them the opportunity to get together with their people is an immense privilege that I'm glad to offer. The data shows that giving these students a safe space to just be themselves is the beginning of a powerful support system. The opportunity to belong, to find your passion, to explore your creativity and grow your leadership skills is vitally important to becoming well-rounded. And that's why I am all in for LISD.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 28. Number 28.
This is from a teacher. I searched every LISD document and website, including the Leander ISD Library Services Statement, and nowhere does it state Leander ISD promotes and provides the following reading material to their students. These quotes come from this book, none of the above. The main character is attacked by a man in a bar. Quote, right away, Josh put his hands on my waist, then they snaked up my back, and his hips were moving, and I could feel his hard-on rubbing against me as we gyrated. Quote, his hands slid up my skirt and under my panties, and I willed myself not to flinch. Quote, what the fuck kind of freak are you? Where'd you hide it? Groping at her flesh. Where's your dick? Quote, we had another helping of champagne in the limo. I brought him a couple of vodka shots, thinking that if he were drunk off his ass, he'd be less likely to realize that something was wrong with me. Quote, I was safe under the water, safe and warm and starting to get very drunk. Quote, first thing he did was whack Bruce's butt with a scepter. Get your king a drink, lordy boy. If you do, I promise to put this up your ass just the way you like it. Quote, did you go to Brazil? There's no hair down there. Quote, such pain like an electric drill to my insides. Quote, tried to go deeper, tried again. It still hurts when I pee.
All right, thank you, speaker. Speaker number 29.
So thank you guys for being here on board. I love that we come every 2 weeks and the ladies always seem to be so involved in the community. You're in the schools and I love hearing all the things that you do. Sir, we'd like to see you more in the community, maybe hear a report of you being in our schools at the next meeting. It would be nice to see everybody on the board participating. I'm not here to talk about the dusty old arguments about school books or how they're so vulgar they feel the need to read them in public forums. That's how upsetting they are. I'm here to reach out to the parents of LISD who have kids who reside in the city of Leander. One of the things that makes public education possible is public transportation. And so what good is providing opportunities in public schools like dual learning to ACC if we don't have the means to support kids getting there? And so that's why I'm reaching out to the parents in LISD who live in the city of Leander. We have two propositions on the ballot. Early voting starts Monday. Vote yes on Prop A. Prop A would make sure that sidewalks get built that our kids can walk on and ride on to get to school as we grow our community. Prop A will ensure that we continue to have affordable public transportation. And did you know that if you live in the city of Leander and you're under 18, you can call and use the pickup app for free, and you can get to school in inclement weather if you're a walker or a rider. These are services that are available to kids, and the one thing that makes the community is different infrastructure and organizations working together. Supporting public school is supporting public transportation. Supporting public transportation is supporting public schools, so we want you to vote yes on Prop A. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 30.
I'm going to continue reading from this. Sorry, I can't be in the All In for Porn group.
I searched every LISD document and website, including Leander's core beliefs, and nowhere does it state Leander ISD promotes and provides the following reading material to their students. Rods went in 2 inches before it hurt. I lay in bed. It went in a little further. After half an hour, it stopped. Third time, I dilated to 3 inches. I ached a bit afterward. I knew I hadn't dilated enough. A character asked in a support group, can I be sexually active? Sex toy, dilator. Sexual treatment by sitting on a seat, inserting a device, and stretching the vagina. I searched LISD's Twitter, school news tab, support tab, awards, celebrations, distinctions tab, and nowhere does it state Leander ISD promotes and provides the following reading material to their students: information about a kit for vaginal dilation, information about a demonstration, specialized tool for growing your own vagina. If the current LISD board members, principals, teachers, librarians are not willing to post the content I just read on our Leander ISD website or the Jumbotron at graduation or their Facebook page, or librarians are not willing to post the content on the walls throughout the library, then why in the world would Leander offer this book to its students? This is criminal. Like I said last week, HB 1525, before a student can be provided human sexuality instruction, this crosses the line. This crosses the line. Written consent is required from your parents. It's at Glenn.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 31.
Hi, board. I want to thank you again for all that you do and being up here and doing what's right for our kids. I'm all in for our finances. You know, I watched the board meeting, it was a few weeks ago, and I've also watched the board meeting earlier in January. And I have to say, you guys do a really good job with the transparency for our finances and going through that. I know that we have an awesome CFO that's kind of talked through our finances, and they've really kind of shown us how we can shift around the golden pennies and copper pennies and all the pennies. It's a very confusing process, and you guys spend hours working on this. In fact, the last time you were talking about the budget, it was until midnight talking about it. So one thing I want to encourage you guys to do, I know that you're going to be talking about that today. You're shifting around the golden pennies to more M&O so that we can pay our teachers more. Please, let's pay our teachers more. I really appreciate that. And I think that one thing that's being missed is by shifting that around, you're actually lowering our taxes too, which I think we need to really educate our community out there. And I think one of the problems that happened, especially during the bond, is there was a lot of misinformation out there. The other thing that you're going to be talking about is the bond, and I think especially so that we can get our community schools in Treviso, schools in other areas, so that people can walk to their schools. So let's, again, I'm all in for our finances, and I'm all in LISD. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker. Speaker number 32.
Good evening. I'm all in for all the excellent teachers here in LISD. I just kind of want you to know that when I was a kid, I was that student that tried to make the teachers quit on the first day. I was that student that was always in trouble. I was that student that could never academically get it right. My teachers would label me ADHD. They would label me dyslexia. They would send me down to the AP's office. I'd be on first name basis with a principal every day. Our teachers here in LISD are different. I want to just give you an example. There's a teacher on my campus. He gives up and he covers 3 extra classes every day. He does that because we have staffing shortages. And he does that because he wants to make sure that those kids continue to learn. He does it without complaint, and he wants to make sure, more importantly, that those kids are in the classroom with a teacher consistently and not rotated through substitutes. He does it because he wants to make sure that they have an educational experience that befits LISD. I just want you to know that there are thousands of teachers in LISD that are just like him, and they're underpaid and overworked. Just understand that these teachers are here deliberately because they want to make a difference. They choose to be here. Please continue to support our educators, continue to support our policies that could make this district proud. I am all in LISD.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 33.
Evening, neighbors on the board. How are you? As I look at you today, I kind of see O-rings. O-rings that are in the process of failing our students. I think back to the Shuttle Challenger disaster back in 1986. Perhaps some of you weren't even alive back then. But the problem there was a failing O-ring, a single part that failed, that brought that whole mission down. How does that compare to what we're doing here? And why was that shuttle launched? It was launched because they could not resist, the managers on duty at the time, political expediency to launch that shuttle. It was freezing. Okay, so it's outside of its operational envelope. Key thing is, you launched the so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion shuttle, didn't you? What's going to happen? Do you know what the risks are? I guess we're going to find out, because it's too late to call it back at this point. Believe me, that department will find problems. It's its job, and it will go out of existence if it doesn't. All I'm saying is, can you please look to your main mission, and you should tattoo this 34% on your foreheads. 34%, according to the TEA back in 2019, was your NAEP performance, your proficiency levels, in 8th grade math and reading. Overall, 34% proficiency. All in LISD, that's your job.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker number 34.
Good evening, and thank you very much for your time. Because it gets disappointingly lost in the noise, I'd like to share that in the past couple of months alone, LISD has been recognized for achievements in academics, speech and debate, robotics, color guard, band, theater, choir, FFA, basketball, baseball, softball, soccer, track, wrestling, golf, swimming, media, AV, and school community relations, and I'm quite certain I missed some in that list. The people who guided, taught, and coached our kids to that impressive list of accomplishments would be our teachers. I will be very blunt. Our educators are not groomers. They are not indoctrinating our kids. They are not pedophiles, and they are not stashing pornography in their classrooms or in their libraries. They are meeting our kids where they are to give them the best education possible, allowing every single child to be represented, to feel safe to discuss difficult topics, and to be accepted to walk the halls as exactly who they are is not pushing an agenda. It is an essential and necessary part of public education. We have a great school district. Yes, there are things we can do differently in areas that need improvement, but tearing it all down with misinformation and political gamemanship is the opposite of helpful. Every single one of our students deserves a safe, welcoming, high-quality education, and every person working here to accomplish the goals laid out in our governing documents should be valued and trusted to do so. Thank you to every person who makes our kids' public education possible. Thank you for staying, for loving and providing for our kids, whether that's lessons or books or bus rides or meals. You are seen, you are heard.
Thank you, Speaker. All right, board members, that concludes a citizen comment portion of our agenda. We'll move on to the consent agenda. If there isn't a motion to sever, then I need a motion to approve.
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second. I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll go ahead and move on to our superintendent report.
Thank you, Madam President, board members. You've already heard mentioned tonight, we had the Live celebration this week, and I wish everybody in the district could attend this celebration. This is a celebration of our 18+ program students and also students at all 6 of our high schools who are involved in our work programs. This picture is particularly important because the student is not a student, he's an employee now of LISD. On the right is a former student who was recognized in this exact celebration several years ago, came back and shared and spoke at the ceremony. It's an incredible experience. We want to thank President Bodie and Anna Smith for attending that with us. And like Anna mentioned earlier, our cabinet, a large portion of them attended as well. It's just really incredible to experience the love and care that we have for each and every student in our district. Quick enrollment report. You can see that we continue to drift up in enrollment as we have almost all year long. And so we'll continue to watch that carefully as we go. Attendance is very important to us at this time. We know that we have some help coming from TEA through Hold Harmless for the first 4-6 weeks, but the 5th and 6th 6 weeks are still really important to us in terms of attendance rates for funding purposes. You can see that we're moving up into that 95 range, and we still have some up and down in that. Of course, the 18th was our bad weather day. That was an in-school day, and so we always see slightly lower attendance rates on those changed calendar days, so that's not unexpected. Madam President, in front of you we have this award from the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce. This is a special award that was given to all 9 public school districts in the city of Austin for their incredible work over the past 2 years during the pandemic. And I think it's just really special that they recognized all of the school districts, and I want to mention them by name here because not just us in Leander, but also Austin ISD, Del Valle, Round Rock, Manor, Eanes, Pflugerville, Hayes, and Lake Travis ISDs. We are public school, and we serve a significant number of the school-age children in Central Texas. And we appreciate greatly the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce and Leadership Austin for recognizing the efforts of all of our educators in looking after the children of our districts. So I want to give you a little photo essay, if I might, of some of the things that are happening in our schools, in our classrooms, and what that learning looks like. And so I'm just going to talk a little bit briefly about some of these pictures, but you can see that we have one-on-one instruction going on in literacy in our classrooms where teachers are pulling kids aside to really work on where they need assistance. We have lots of adults on the floor on a daily basis. I'm glad that's not me because getting up again is not as easy as it used to be. But our kids get comfortable. Our kids get to where they are in their zone and can do things the way that they need to for their learning at that time. You'll see lots of hands-on materials, lots of manipulation of concrete materials, which is very age appropriate for students at this age, but these are all literacy activities. So reading is about much more than just words on a page. It's about really setting the neural pathways that will allow these children to excel in reading as they go on. You'll see lots of varied seating opportunities for our students as they get comfortable and in small groups across our schools and across the district. We hear a lot in our district about high school performances and high school fine arts, but we must remember that fine arts is happening all throughout our district from pre-K through 12, and our kids have lots of opportunities to be creative and to express themselves and to share that with authentic audiences. And these performances are part of how we measure things like their confidence and their ability to share their talents with others. And these are really critical skills that you'll see inside our graduate profile. And there are multiple ways that we develop those skills through our programs and across our campuses. I couldn't help but put another Live Celebration one in there because this young man did an outstanding job of coming up and addressing this room full of people with confidence. And these are students who are working in our community. I want to give a big shout out to the large number of businesses that are working with our students in 2 different ways. Some of them are working with interns who are operating in real life jobs in their businesses across the community, and they're training those students to do lots of different activities and work inside their businesses. And then we have a lot of businesses who are actually hiring the students from our 18 plus and our special education programs to work in their businesses. They're supporting them, they're training them, they're giving them the skills that they need to be independent in our community and to be contributors in our community. And so a huge shout out and thank you to all of those businesses who are doing an incredible job. This is what we see a lot if you walk around our campuses during the day, groups of teachers sitting together and asking questions like this one, which I just absolutely love. What support does each student need, and who is the best staff member to provide it? These students were very proud to show off the coding that they were doing to create their own video games using Scratch in the Innovation Lab. Their goal was to apply their creative awareness tools with a focus on coming up with an original game. I point this out not just because of the technology and the coding, which is critical for our kids, by the way, as we go forward, but to point out the ownership of learning, the choice and voice that our students have across the district. This is just one quick example that I could find, but you'll find thousands of these examples across the district in classrooms, not just with technology, but lots of other things. And here's another example. So these two students are using that green screen to create their own music video. And students are not only showcasing their talent, they're not only sharing what they love to do and their passions and interests, but they're using all kinds of technology tools which are going to be really important to them later on and get more important as we go on. And I just love this one. Call it a tie. Reset that rounding. Belly breathing. These are second grade students who are debriefing how they can adjust the rules that they made up for a game. They make connections to using these strategies when conflict arises at recess or in other settings. And just wanted to really highlight the ownership of learning that we have going on across the district, the responsibility that students are taking for their own learning as they develop into lifelong learners across our district. I want to give you a quick update, challenge to the 11 library books. Number one, Brave Face, a memoir. This book was not existing in any of our LISD libraries and so did not go through any process. In the Dream House, a memoir, is also not existing in any of our libraries and did not go through any process. None of the Above by I.W. Gregorio. On March 23rd, the committee voted and resulted in a 4-by-4 tie. So they reconvened on April 14th. That meeting had to be rescheduled because we had one committee member who could not make it. And we do not hold these meetings unless all of the committee members are present. And they reconvened on April 20th. So that meeting was held and we're waiting on confirmation from committee members. And as soon as we have that, we'll post those results. Out of Darkness by Ashley Hope Perez. On March 29th, the meeting had to be rescheduled due to a committee member's absence. And we rescheduled that for April 29th. Again, those results will be published as soon as they're finalized. Red at the Bone by Jacqueline Woodson. The committee met and voted on March 21st and recommended retention of this book in high school libraries. Shirley Jackson's The Lottery, the authorized graphic novel by Miles Hyman. The committee met on March 3rd and voted and recommended retention of this book in high school libraries. Shout by Laurie Hulse Anderson. The committee met on March 30th and voted and recommended retention of this book in middle and high school libraries. The Handmaid's Tale, the graphic novel by Margaret Atwood. The committee met on March 24th and voted and recommended retention of this book in high school libraries. The Nowhere Girls by Amy Reed. The committee met on March 31st and voted, resulting in a 4-4 tie. They reconvened for April 19th, and the committee voted and recommended retention of this book in high school libraries. V for Vendetta by Alan Moore. On March 4th, they had a scheduled meeting which had to be rescheduled due to a committee member's absence. They reconvened for April 4th. That meeting had to be rescheduled due to a committee member's absence, and they reconvened for April 28th, and those results will be published as soon as they're finalized. The Last Man by Brian K. Vaughan, the committee meeting scheduled for March 25th had to be rescheduled due to a committee member's change in schedule. That meeting was reconvened April 5th, and the committee voted and recommended retention of this book in high school libraries. We do expect that all of the outstanding results from these 11 will be finalized by April 30th. And I just want to point out that we do have all of these results on our website at this link. And so anybody can go to the review and instructional resources and see the results not only for these 11 books, but any other book that is in that challenge process. And with that, I'm sorry I had to bookend with the Live celebration. As you can tell, I'm a little passionate about that today, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Board members?
I just want to make a comment and ask you a question, just to be sure that if a parent did not want a child to read one of the books that has been retained at our high school libraries, they have every right to do so and tell their child or the school that they do not want them to read that book. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm wondering about the number of people on the committee. I'm concerned about so many ties and just the amount of time then that is spent on our staff doing this, adjusting that so we have an odd number so they're not put in that situation frequently.
Yeah, so that will have to be adjusted at some point if we want to put an odd number on there.
Another question I see on there on the community transparency page about the request for reconsideration, something else I think for the policy committee to address, because I believe it's in there right now, is how often we will do a request for reconsideration on the same book. Just because thinking about this committee, and if a reconsideration is immediately submitted after each reconsideration is done, it can be an ongoing, never-ending process.
So our current practice is to do them annually. We do it for the school year.
The books that were approved for classroom libraries and choice book clubs, are they available now for those teachers and educators to use, or are we waiting till next year? What does that time frame look like?
So I'll have to check and I will get back to you.
Any other questions, board members? All right, we'll move on to a break. I'm sorry, board members have said in the debrief, I do get copies back of those debriefs. Lou tells me what you guys are saying, and one of them was we want breaks, more breaks. So it seems we're hitting almost close to the 2-hour mark, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back and we will start with our budget discussion, operational. All right, board members, it is 8:04. We are back in session. Remember, we're doing things just a little out of order. We're going to pull up our total compensation recommendation, agenda item 8C1 up first, and then we'll get back into the swing of things and start back up with early childhood thinkery after this. So with that, Carrie Lynn, take us away.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We are bringing forward the total rewards recommendation this evening. But first, I would like to recognize our incredible staff for the work that they do throughout the district. Every staff, regardless of position or level, puts their heart and soul into the district every day, and we appreciate them. We know that we won't ever be able to pay them what they're worth for what they do for our students every day, but I believe we're bringing forward a recommendation that supports the challenges that we have faced this year, brings a significant increase to some of our areas as been recommended by the board to bring forward. So I feel good about that. And with that, I'm going to turn it over not to Kelly Vito, who sat next to me for 10 years doing this presentation. She is enjoying retirement very much, but we miss her. But we are happy to present Bo Stoltz, who is our Executive Director of Total Rewards, to take this presentation. We're going to tag team in a little bit, and we'll take questions as we go along if you have them. So I'm going to turn it over to Bo.
Thank you. Madam President, board members, Dr. Gearing, thank you for the opportunity to share the results of our annual market review and recommendations for year 2022-2023. As a reminder, Leander has historically reviewed scales on a rotating basis. At one point in time, it was every 3 years. We moved to every 2 years. But in every year, regardless, we always look at the teacher, librarian, counselor, and RN scales for market competitiveness. What's unique about this year is very early on in this process, several key initiatives started to develop in our market around us that begged some study as well. And that would be items like, what would it look like and what would it cost for Leander to actually lead the market in teacher pay? And also a study and an approach to a new minimum floor of pay for our hourly employees of $15 an hour. We would need to also reassess our substitute rates, which have not been increased for 5 years. And as typical, also looking at our annualized stipends as we do every year. But we decided this year also to look at all scales, since a lot of those initiatives hit all of those areas as well. As a reminder, what you see on the slide here is our 6 districts. These are our neighboring districts. We call these our local group comparators. These are typically the districts that we would trade talent with. That's a nice way of saying it. Some people say poach, say trade. But we also compete for them in the marketplace for available talent that may be entering the career. And so it's important for us to make sure that every compensation strategy that we have competes well in this space. Just a word of caution, though, that the assumptions you see on this slide are very much that. All of these districts are in their planning stages as we are. Some have signaled a bit more affirmatively than others of what their intentions are. Austin being one that says they will be doing a 2% across the board and $1,000 to their teachers' pay, and Pflugerville with a 3% across the board. What's new this year? All districts are considering a minimum floor, a minimum hourly floor of regular pay for their hourly employees. There's some asterisks on that column there. We know some have already declared, like Travis and Pflugerville, that $15 an hour is their target. Austin is 16, and the others have signaled that it is in the neighborhood of 15 or 14. Some scales may be lower. All of these being assumptions, it is very difficult to peg where anybody's going to be in the future, but we are starting with these as a comparator for our analysis. Let's move to talk a little bit about the across-the-board recommendations as well as our teacher scale comparisons. This may be a very familiar visualization for some of you, but in the interest of making sure we're all oriented to this, The 6 districts I just mentioned are represented in the grid there with their student enrollment and number of teachers. And this data is actually reported data from the TASB survey that was released in September. These are actual teacher hiring price points, or the actual offering points for each of these years of experience. Just below Round Rock's line there is the median for all of those values. The orange line is us. That is our actual scale markers for those years' experience. And then our comparison to median is just under that with a plus minus dollar difference. Now, when looking at this, we started the year at market. Most of the time, organizations will target the median or the 50th percentile of a market, and they say that is when we pay plus or minus 2% of that, we're paying at market. Each of these districts actually structure their scales in a little different way, and that's why the yellow boxes actually represent places where those district scales, as they're published now, compete more aggressively than we do in that in that 1 yearly experience placeholder. So this is where we began the year. Now, as we move forward, we apply the assumptions from the slide before, those that have been declared, Pflugerville at 3%, Austin at 2% with 1,000 to their employees, and we have illustrated here what a 2% across the board would look like to our teacher scales. And although you might look at the comparison to median and say, well, we're still at 100, you see slippage in the 5-year, 15-year, 20-year marks. And you see our average has dropped into a red marker of 194 to the negative of that median. That's largely influenced by Austin's additions to their salary. But one thing I would say about this, in a normal year, this representation would say we are at market. We're not in a normal year. I don't have to say that. There's a large number of turnover, resignations, and elections outside to leave the career altogether. When organizations approach a market this nuanced, they usually select a different price point to compare to. And what we have done is modeled with these same scenarios, a 3% across the board.
Wrong button. Quick clarifying question.
Sure.
As it relates to Austin ISD, help us understand why their average exceeds their 20-year rate.
Good question.
So I can address that. What most districts do is they stop their scale at 20 years, and then, but for any teacher that stays after the 20 year, they have the option of whether or not they receive the annual increase. So what Austin has done is they extended their scale. So their scale actually goes to, gosh, the last time I looked at it was like 35 or 40 years. So it bumps that way up. So our averages, we stop at a 20-year average where they keep going to a 30 or 40-year average.
Okay, and since the average is above the 20-year, it suggests that in terms of the shape of their experience curve, they tend to have a lot of senior teachers. Is that correct?
I think I would also add to that as those scales have 30-year markers, Austin has elected to do a 2% across the board, but the $1,000 they're adding to employee salaries and not the scale itself. So the average is actually moving $1,000 more than the scale is actually representing with the 2%. With the 3% assumption, you see that there's a lot less yellow cells on the grid. And our favorability to that median has improved, as well as a dollar difference. It might be interesting for y'all that I've looked back a little bit in history, and this actual visualization represents a position we were in 2017 and 2018, and approximates something like a 65th or 70th percentile pricing to market. And that would be an appropriate approach for a very tight market where you wanted to compete at a very high level.
But it looks like with this slide and the previous one, where we have the 20-year dollar difference from median, it's pretty on the low side. So people who are in that especially percentage-wise. Dollar-wise, percentage-wise, it's really small. So it really speaks to retention of the more senior educators.
That is true. And we see most of our turnover in the 0 to 10 year bracket. So retention does become a little bit more stable beyond that point. And competition is a lot more aggressive in the 0 to 10 year place. Okay, moving on.
So how will we fund this, you ask? For this additional 1% salary increase for teachers, we're looking at making this contingent on the board approving the 2022 tax rate with at least 7 more pennies, and then the voters ratifying the 2022 tax rate in the election in November. The 2% across the board has already been built into the assumptions of the budget. So those budget numbers you've been seeing along the way as Elaine has presented them. So we have the recommendation of the 2% with an additional 1% increase for teachers to be paid at the end of the year in their June check if these criteria are met. So this is completely contingent upon the Vader passing and being paid at the end of the year.
I have a couple of questions, and I'm just curious if, we've considered, I was reading a report recently that, who put this out? Here it is. It's Texas AFT, the American Federation of Teachers, and they put out a report specifically in Texas, kind of looking at the average pay for campus administration and then district administration and our teachers. And in Texas, like the average salary for district administration is almost $110,000, and then the average base pay for certified interpreter or educational aides in classrooms was like a little over $20,000. So one of the things that they're talking about is creating more equitable solutions that include looking at pay scale ratios where the people at your top level don't make a certain amount times 5-6 times more your other employees, and are looking at starting to kind of balance that inequity there in doing something that's more like a 1% for administration and for district administration, and doing 3-4% for teachers and student facing, just because somehow over the last decade we have continued to grow that district administration numbers at a much higher percentage compared to cost of inflation and cost of living, but we haven't adjusted our support staff and our teachers at that same level or that same scale. And so I'm wondering if that's something that we've ever considered or would consider to try to become more, to kind of change the paradigm in how teachers are paid in our district and really be leaders in that space. And I know it's hard because those are the wages that are being paid across the state, but doing something different and being leaders of, we value our classroom teachers and we value all of the educators that are, student facing, and we're going to invest more in that retention and create opportunities for their salary to grow.
We actually did have that exact conversation about looking at upper administration, central office, maybe even principals, things like that, and saying, yes, we'll do a 1% instead of a 2% at that level, and then a 2 or 3% below. So we have had those conversations. We didn't bring that as a recommendation, But we certainly could look at that more carefully again if that's something that the board is interested in us doing. We'd be happy to do that. I think there are other ways as well. One example that we've run into, and I'm not advocating for this specifically, I'm just sharing it as an example. When we went up to Mesquite ISD to the IO conference, one of the things that they do, they have an incentive program for teachers to, and the concept is, in order to up your salary as a teacher, you have to go into administration. And so instead of incentivizing it that way, they have created an incentive program for their teachers to get further credentials, be that a master's degree, even up to a doctoral degree, and it has to be specifically in curriculum and instruction as opposed to administration or leadership. And then they remain in the classroom, but they get a bump in pay when they get those credentials. So they have 3 levels. I think they have a classroom, a campus, and a district level. And then they're incentivized to give back to the district through professional development opportunities to help other teachers, to lean into their expertise. So there are other ways to do that as well.
Do they pay for them to go back and get that degree, or are they expected to pay for it?
So I'm not 100% sure, because one of the things they were doing was paying for those degrees, but then what they were discovering is they weren't getting payback for that investment that they were making.
Yeah.
So I think they went away from paying for the degree and rather incentivizing their salary long term. So for instance, if they get a master's degree and remain in the classroom at the campus level and are a campus scholar, I think they call them, then they are expected to provide professional development at the campus level and help the fellow teachers. They get like a $5,000 pay raise. And so then the good thing about that is it's not a one-time, I pay for your degree, but it's rather $5,000 every year. It's not a cheap program, however,
Right.
it has a significant.
I like that. I just would want it to be like, I'm going to spend $30,000 on a master's degree, and I'm going to get, a $2,000, $5,000 pay bump. It's just, that's hard, and I get that it's over time, it's every year, but kind of what that investment looks like for teachers over a 2-year period for a master's program, or 4 years of going part-time. I would be interested in looking at opportunities of possibly partnering with different institutes of higher education to provide some type of more affordable option.
Yeah, and one of the things that we started the work pre-COVID was that notion of a master teacher to keep your rock star teachers in the classroom, but maybe they don't have a full load, but they go out and they mentor teachers as a way to increase their income, but also to impact the system and other teachers. So we've placed that recommendation for that work to be in the strategic plan as something that we revisit and come back to and build that program. So it's a way to keep teachers from having to move into administration, but to stay in the classroom, impact students, but also impact other teachers in the system.
One of the discussions, that I think we keep bumping up against is when you're talking about the scale, is that if the teachers want to make more, traditionally, you've had to leave the classroom. And so we've had discussions of how do we keep our teachers in the classroom and pay them for that, and pay them well as we keep them in those classrooms. And I appreciate Dr. Gehring's comment on looking at other incentive programs, because I know there's been some incentivization that only goes for teachers that say have classes that are scored, right? And so that would rule out your fine arts teachers then. So that kind of is like, okay, then what else is out there? And so you're saying there are other examples of initiative programs. I don't know what the right fit is. I'm glad you are starting that work, but I agree with Gloria, and I'm seeing head nod that would love to know how can we kind of help address that of paying our teachers or giving them another path besides that administrative track. Is there something else we can do to keep our teachers in the classroom? Exactly. And pay them well.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Just a quick comment. I appreciate the sentiment. I just want to remind board members that administrators also are in a competitive market. And so we have to be careful that we don't place our administrators in an uncompetitive position in terms of those salaries and cause them to consider other districts as a result. So it's a difficult balance. And while I appreciate the sentiment and would love to do more for our teachers, I think many of our administrators might even feel similarly. The challenge is it's competitive for all positions.
So Erin, you're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, the scale, right? Which is, this is how we do it. And so if we start messing with the scale, then what happens with your higher level positions, correct?
Yeah, I mean, it's all well and good to adjust components of our scale between the positions in our system. But then when you compare what you've changed in that structure, in that ladder, to what's going on in the market, we have to be competitive for all of those positions in the market. And the reality is we've been doing this analysis across all of our positions, not just our teaching positions. So if we don't keep pace with the growth in the market for our administrators, we're going to have a different problem.
I agree, and I think that's fair to some extent, that maybe historically that worked, but we're in this place where we don't have teachers. Teachers are leaving. Teachers are leaving this field completely. And so I think that we've got to think about it differently, because even if we give that bump of 5,000, that's still nowhere near the average salary for someone in district administration. And so I still think it's a big gap. And so I think we've got to, if we want to really talk about being leaders in this space and retaining the best teachers and bringing the best teachers, it's going to be a hard market. There's teacher education programs are seeing their enrollment numbers lowest ever for the incoming, fall semester. And we see teachers leaving the field at the highest numbers ever. And so if we want to keep our teachers and attract the best teachers, I think we have to reimagine what this looks like. And, if it means that there's some change in our district administration, then there's opportunities for, for other staff members to move into some of those positions. But I do think that we've got to reimagine how we do that. And so I would like to see another, to at least consider or see what those numbers would look like if we increased our student-facing positions and gave a lower percentage in our district administration.
And we can certainly do that. I'll remind the board that in 17-18, we did double for teachers than we did for administration. This year, we're recommending an additional 1% for teachers over everyone else. And because our system is all connected, there are cons to doing that, because what happens is the place at which a teacher can come over, or somebody, a teacher can come over into another position, they might be able to, sometimes they might have to take a cut in pay, because we're now topping over into pay ranges for teachers that are higher than administrators. Not at the bottom level, not at the, at the coordinator level, senior coordinator level, which is where teachers come into the classroom. So it's just, to Erin's point, it's a balance. It's something we can definitely look at and come back to you with, but it definitely does bring challenges to the system.
I think what would be helpful for me to visualize that ladder is if we could look at, if I could see it visually, here's the average pay of an instructional aide, average pay of a teacher, average pay of campus, just to visually see what that ladder looks like and how close we are into stepping into, because I get that it's a ladder and you need to protect that ladder at some level. But if we see there's some parts of that ladder that, okay, it's here, it's here, it's here, and if we see that, hey, from here to here, the ladder, the rung is here, then I think we have some opportunity to do something different there.
Yeah, we can definitely look at that, taking to consideration. We'd have to equalize for number of days that people work, like IAs work 180 days, administrators work 226, 232, right? Teachers 187, which we know they don't work 187 days, they work many more than that, but that's how their pay is calculated. So yeah, we can definitely come up with some kind of visual.
So I want to caution us to simplifying it too much. So I think if we go to single averages like what I think you're asking for, then I think we're going to get ourselves in a position where we're going to be using the wrong data to make the right decision, if that makes sense. This is a complex space, and what I've seen in other places is that when you simplify it too much, you get yourself in trouble. And so I'd like to actually, if we can, continue this presentation, because you're going to see in a little bit what happens if you compress the scales too much. And Bo's going to do a great job of explaining that to you. And so I'd like for us to see that first before we continue this conversation, if we can.
Okay. Is that okay? Okay. Anna, okay. I was looking for all the mics that were getting lit up. Okay, we're going to pause then. And
okay. Thank you. Good discussion. Counselor and RN salary comparisons, just as a reminder, the counselor and RN scales are tied to the teacher's scale. That's why we couple this comparison with the recommendation for the across the board. Looking at this is published with TASB data. Strong connection to markets, very similar in some respects to what we see with teachers, but as we make that across the board recommendation with teachers, these will move as well. The two slides that follow, this is the cost and the breakout of the across-the-board pay of 2% of midpoint for all positions. That is an $1,143 increase to teacher, registered nurse, and counselors' salaries, with a starting salary of $51,805, and the related costs there on the schedule, totaling a $5.99 million. The second exhibit is an across the board, similar to what the discussion was just now, across the board, 3% for teachers, RNs, counselors, and a 2% for all others. That would represent a $1,715 increase for teachers, RNs, counselors, with a starting salary of $52,377 for the 0-year teacher hiring scale.
I have a question on that. So when I look at the 3% for the teacher, RN, and counselor, and 2% for the others, what does it look like if they all get 3%?
So I'll jump in there, yeah. if you don't mind. So if we were to take, are you asking if we were to take teachers and RNs and counselors to 3% and then take everybody else to 3% as well? I want to make sure I get this right. So I know what happens if we go from 3 to 3 and 4. So no, I don't know what the answer to that question is, but we'll find out.
You have the data of 3 on the others. So since you said 3 and 4, or 4 and 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I know what happens if we increase teachers from 3 to 4.
Yeah.
And others. And we increase the others from 2 to 3, mm-hmm. then that's a total of $5 million in addition.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the reason why I was asking is just because the auxiliary paraprofessionals, and I know we're increasing their minimum and increasing their pay, but it's still not enough.
So help me with that one, because I don't think that those two are connected.
Yes, so as we move into the next part of this presentation, we're going to talk about how the $15 floor impacts those lower levels and the percent increase that they are going to see with this adjustment. So if we could move forward, and then if we don't answer your question, we can circle back and make sure that we have answered your question.
Okay, summarizing just what the annual scale resulted in terms of ratios. This is our 8 different scales. I've separated this table by the salaried administrative professional group at the top and the hourly scales at the bottom, and I'll explain why in just a minute. The salary scales at the top, the actual scales themselves in the first column are named. The number of benchmarks that are surveyed, this is where the analysis really gets critical, is picking the right types of jobs to compare to other districts. And this is all based on TASB data with our local group, as well as an extended peer group. Our average pay to market the benchmarks themselves do not represent all the jobs on that scale. It's important to make mention of that. The average pay to market is our average pay to the market's average pay. So that ratio is there. And that's a signal of the health of how we're actually paying employees inside of that scale with those benchmarks. We've added a midpoint to market comparison to look at the health of the scale itself. For jobs that are vacant, we want our actual pay scales or pay structures to be able to offer competitive salaries so that attracting the right talent is good as well. In all of the top 5 scales there, we show a good connection to market with the exception of one, that being the SPED licensed professionals. We do have some scale issues there that can be addressed with under $60,000, a small adjustment above the 2% to make that more competitive. The bottom scales there are your hourly scales, and we're going to have a lot of conversation about that when we talk about the minimum floor. So these numbers here represent before we address what's happening in the market around us with the ISDs changing their minimum floors. We would have an average pay to market of 98%, 98, and 100 on those. And in the instances where we're comparing hourly pay scales, you typically compare your minimum rate to the minimum rate in the market, and that's why you see that there. Now let's talk a little bit about establishing a minimum rate of pay for the hourly regular employees. This is going to be, I'm going to move through this at a pretty good clip, but I want to talk about this because it's important to understand where this cost is coming from and all the factors that go into doing this. For illustration purposes, I've provided for you here the bottom 4 grades of our auxiliary scale, and this auxiliary scale hosts our CNS workers, our custodians, our grounds techs, and such. The red line there represents the $15 an hour. That's the target of our minimum hourly floor. But as you see, grade 1 is over at $11.58, and that is and to your point, that is the rate after a 2% is applied. So as we're talking forward about establishing a minimum floor, we're talking about increases above a 2% granted to this group. And so with grade 1 starting at $11.58, the blue represents the section that is the minimum to the midpoint of that structure. The orange is the midpoint to the maximum of that structure. Nowhere in that structure is $15. So you see, and this is happening in districts all around Central Texas, this is an enormous shift in the bottom of these scales to the tune of 30%. 30% shift across in many respects. The line that represents 10% is really the distance between grade 1 and grade 2. Now, that's more than just a compensation metric. That represents a CNS assistant who wants to become an assistant team lead. If that gap becomes too narrow, there's less incentive for that person to be mobile and promote. There is also less of a feeling, if they actually do want to promote, that they've actually received a higher hourly rate for a job that is valued higher. It's also important to note, as we've mentioned before, that all of these scales are connected in this way, and their values are established in these hierarchies and grades. But let's walk through this a bit and take our first step in moving grade 1 to the minimum floor. You see what that does to grade 2. We completely, it's not even overlap, it's actually leapfrogging grade 2. So there is a sense in which once you establish a floor for an hourly structure like this, you have to address the first grade, and then matriculate the changes up from there. So we make the adjustment to grade 2, which again is just at its maximum, just over the 15-hour floor, to that. Now we see grade 3 is misaligned. So we make that next shift. And 4, actually the minimum of 4 is now lower than the minimum of 3, so we have to make that one more shift. And this is where we end. A 5% distance between these, and that is what's called compression. You don't want that to go below or too tight between those, or there's less differentiation between the jobs that are supported in those grades, less incentive to be mobile, to actually promote up. And so this is part of the process of actually moving to a minimum floor. The square there is simply a reference to grade overlap. Our scales, inside of these scales, we have placement values that relate to experience for individuals in those jobs. And so to give some description in grade 1 there, someone with maybe 8 years of experience placed in grade 1 with these adjusted scales is now equivalent in an hourly rate to grade 2 starting salary. So overlap's not a huge concern. You want it to keep below 50%, but that's a little bit more of a comp metric. This, however, is a busy slide, but we wanted to make sure we showed you, after doing those types of changes to the 3 hourly scales that are the subject of a 15 hourly floor, we have a couple of examples here. We have no less than 8 models, but we're providing the 1 and the 3rd column there as a bit of a bookend. That would be if you just adjusted those bottom 2 scales and barely moved the others. So that would establish compression almost to the point where you would just need to collapse all the grades together. Less differentiation between jobs. Supervisory jobs making almost the same amount of those folks below. Higher technical jobs being paired with those that are less technical. The far right column represents an all-in, keeping all the distances between the scales just like they are right now, keeping all the range spreads, the distance between the min-max, all of that the same, 8.5 million. So those are the bookends that actually get us to this point of the scenario that we feel is best as a first pass recommendation of adjusting to the 15 minimum floor and doing something very similar to what I just walked through, is establishing reasonable levels of distance between these grades and making sure that we preserve what Leander has taken good care to make sure there's differentiation in all those jobs and still promotability. I've added some detail on the slide that talks about where this cost is going, but I won't read that through. Y'all can have that.
Did you test it out by substituting actual employee data just to make sure that they see, I mean, maybe not necessarily, I'm not too worried about levels 1 and 2, but that they really see the intended increases?
These costs are based on actually moving employees after a 2% across the board with the range to their relative place in the range they are today.
Yeah, but actually looking at them and seeing, oh, this person really does get it 10%, oh, this person gets 2%.
Yes.
And yeah, just making sure that they're really seeing those meaningful increases.
Board members, as we continue to go through the conversation, a couple things to keep in mind is as we're asking questions, make sure we're looking down because sometimes mics are lighting up, so we can see all the mics that are lighting up. And as we're asking for information, when we get to the conclusion, where the part where you see questions, that would be a good time for us to find out then what are the things we as a board think we need versus kind of just, we can be floating ideas out there as one individual trustee, but if no other trustees think that's a direction we need to go in, we need to be cognizant of what we're asking our staff to work on too, because you know, they've been working on a lot here, and I know we have all these thoughts and inputs we want to do, but I want to look for board consensus are where we're all trying to head once we get to that part at the end. So let's make sure we kind of all circle back. So if there's something you really want to make sure we get, let's make sure we get like board consensus on it and give that direction to the staff.
In this middle column, the recommended, can you tell us what the level step increase is in that recommended scenario? I think in your example, we started with a 10%, you showed a 5%, so that included some compression. And my assumption is this recommended column includes some compression, but I don't know how much.
And it's a little different for each scale and grade, and we can provide that for you. Yes.
And could you just clarify? I've heard this a lot, but I'm still not exactly clear. So if we were to go back to some of these graphs, I'm not sure I understand the middle column does less than if we went all the way to that big number, right?
Correct.
So on the last one, we have them all nice evenly at 5%. Is that what the last column does? Or is that what that middle?
That's what the middle column
does.
does.
What that middle column does.
Yes, the last column would look very much like the 10% we saw in the first one. It would preserve that same distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I think what you answered to Aaron a second ago is that it's not a pure 5%
Correct.
gap because it depends on all of the different employees, but
Right.
it's somewhat consistent in that space. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay.
And heavily influenced at the same time by the market analysis itself. So if one example is on the far right, doing that may actually price out jobs at the top of these scales well above the market. And so you're actually in danger if you're keeping that distance consistent, you may be paying a grade 8 job at 150% of market if we don't.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So this illustration is for the first 4 levels only, but there's still levels above that,
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
And so we have to be careful of the compression across the whole system, right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay. Substitute pay. As a reminder, we have not increased substitute pay for 5 years.
With the exception of the the special education, Yes, with that, we have not increased the general substitute rates, with the exception, a couple of years ago, the board approved an additional amount for those assignments with our students in special education.
So broad strokes, before the change, we were sitting at about 81 to 82% of market. That's the local market, same local market we've been describing. We have detailed Round Rock's rates here. Comparing sub rates is a little different than comparing scales and benchmark jobs. It's a day rate. There's not a range. And there is a different market and a different sentiment for this talent to actually engage in work at different locations. So we felt like pricing directly to Round Rock as well as one data point with Pflugerville is the best approach. And the cost of this is $1,026,000.
With regard to sub pay in particular, are we anticipating the moves that the market will make in this cycle, or is this current state?
This is current state, so that is the wild card. If Round Rock, Pflugerville, if they do elect to move their scale or move their rates next year, which we have not heard that they'll be doing that, but if they do choose to, then that will put us behind. Again, this catches us up to Round Rock's current rates and Pflugerville's current rates. But you're right, Aaron, if they select to move those upward, then we will be behind those rates.
Do you know when Round Rock moved to this rate?
They did it mid-year, a year and a half ago, I believe.
Okay, so they've been there
Yeah.
a significant amount of time already.
Yes.
And is the $10 a day increase for SPED still part of this? All right.
Okay. In all years, we review all stipends, academic, fine arts, athletics. And we also receive requests from leaders as we do interviews early in the annual market season to look specifically at certain rates. This is a set of rates that actually resulted from the review itself and position us better in market. And we do have a new UIL water polo sport that's coming in that we're going to establish a stipend for. This is our compensation summary of everything that we've covered. The first column, the middle column, represents the 2% total cost across the board with benefits, totaling the $5,990,000. The adjustment to the minimum wage to 15 is the $4 million. Adjustments to the administrative professional scale and stipends is the 160 to the SPED license scale and the 56 for stipends. And the additional adjustment to pay at $1,026,000, totaling $11,306,000. The last column is the model showing 3% to teacher, counselor, RN, and 2% to all other scales. The additional items are the same. Moving on to benefits. One of the things about benefit rates themselves, a well-managed program that is monitored very closely does not have to do wild swings in their premiums. And as you see in recent years, there have actually been reductions in premiums and a flat year in 2022. These illustrate our rates here as well, and we feel like that's a sign of health in the funding of the program and actually in our plan offerings as well. This has a lot of words on this. This illustrates a bit of what that plan management looks like. One of the things I would like to draw your attention to is the activities in 2022 yielded savings to the plan and cost avoidance of $2.8 million. That's not just to the employer. Those are actual mitigated costs that do not have to translate to premiums for employees or employer. We do a direct comparison to Round Rock's plans as well as TRS's. A quick way to read this visualization at the top. The plan value tends to represent how much that plan will pay in expected medical cost. And so as you see, the Leander low plan would pay 80%, approximately 80% of medical costs to our Round Rock's low plan paying 77%. Ours is a little bit more expensive in 3 of those tiers, but we did gain ground on the employee children tier this year in premiums. The bottom table there is really just a regular comparison to the offerings with TRS. TRS is making much more of a move to a regional risk pool, which I expect will actually increase their rates more as they look to target premiums on a regional level. Quick slide showing this is actually a little bit of a reminder back to last April where we anticipated an increase to the employer contribution from $350 to $360. And a good clarification here is per eligible employee per month. It does not matter if an employee is enrolled, we still contribute that amount to the fund. And a slight increase to the employee premiums of 2% for 2023. This would be necessary on this graph to make sure that our fund, that we are not drawing from our fund for anticipated medical expenses, so that the contributions that are going in pay for all the medical expenses for that year, and we do not have to dip into fund balance and actually go into a deficit. And this is the summary of all the recommendations together. You want to talk about that?
So again, this is just the summary, the 2%, the adjustments that you've seen, the $15 floor, the sub rates, the 2% increase to employee medical premiums, which is anywhere from $1 to $28, the $28 being the highest family plan on our richest plan. So it's not a significant amount that employees will see. They see 2% and think we're getting a 2% increase, we're getting 2% increase, but many plans it's $1, $5, you know, with the highest being $28. So just to put that in a frame of reference. And then the additional salary increase for teachers dependent on the Vader tax rate with the 7 pennies and voters ratifying that. In addition, We are putting into the comp plan a possibility for a one-time lump sum payment. If you recall from last year, we have to have this in the plan at the beginning of the year to be able to access it as we move forward into the year. So not knowing maybe the variance that will come into play in the next year, we wanted to put this in there just so that we would have the option. This is going to be very similar to last year with CFO, superintendent, myself, the board collaborating. If this does become an option, what that would look like and what would trigger that. Right now, we don't anticipate we don't have a trigger that would come about, but we wanted to leave some flexibility in the comp plan to be able to do this should something change, and we had the ability to move forward with that. All right. And there you have it.
All right, so board members, can we kind of deliberate a bit together on what are the questions or the things we have for staff?
Thank you very much for all the work. Thank you. I did receive feedback about the sub-pay. It was very, very well received. And similar to what Gloria had expressed about reimagining the teacher scale, that was another one that I received similar feedback in those similar terms, which is it just has to be redone to make a lot of sense. But I think personally, when I look at it, I still worry about the lack of growth for those who have been here for a long time, for the tenured teachers. And that's the issue that I have.
Would you mind clarifying, if you can, in a little more detail, when you said similar to Gloria, what you mean by that?
Oh, the teacher pay scale, just taking a different look at it, not necessarily tying it so much to what everybody else is doing, but is there a way that we can look at it differently? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you all so much for the presentation. I know that was a lot. I'll just say, I'm not really a big fan of TEA's incentive program because it only affects certain teachers. But Bruce, I was actually looking at Mesquite when I was trying to find more information about their Google, and I came upon their incentive program. I'd like to see us kind of explore that, because what you made me trigger in my mind was the master teacher program. I was talking to Heather Robbins at PHE. And she had said a couple years ago, we had a program where we had our experienced teachers mentor our students. And the reason why it triggered me is because they have the TEACH program there. And you're seeing the Southwest teacher mentor the first-time teachers, but it kind of brought in a whole new program. And if you see a lot of these incentive programs around the state, they kind of have those two together. So I'd like to see what Gloria was saying, kind of a little, LISD own incentive program, just a way to retain our teachers, but also I love that whole master teacher program, what you had talked about.
Okay, thank you.
Looking at slide 21, first of all, well, thank you so much for all the information. It's a lot, I know. Looking at slide 21, I wonder, when you looked at stipends and other requests, can you tell me what decisions were made regarding associate band directors? Because right now only head band directors get a stipend and associate band directors do not. However, they put in just as much work as those head directors, and I was wondering if you had any comments about that.
I don't. We look at all the market data itself with the local peer and an extended market, and anything that is flagged at less than 98%, we actually start digging in and asking about, are there anomalies, are there outliers that are driving that lower or not. But we had long conversations with our senior executive director of fine arts, and the ones that actually seemed to be the most off market were the ones we brought forward for recommendations. But we're happy to look at that again.
I was curious about stipends, and you may or may not know this question, this offhand, but for a lot of these and all the things that we talked about at the beginning with theater and band and robotics, and as they advance through seasons and they have more and more and more, how is that adjusted throughout the year? And I wonder, because of all those directors and assistant directors and coaches, like that time, right, that goes in, do we account for that in stipends as the year goes on, just so that we're compensating? Or is it just like one and?
Right. For the most part, with the exception of robotics, which we worked on, 5 years ago maybe, where we set up that process, it is the stipend plus the days that they are paid is all encompassing for what they might have to do for that position, regardless of competitions. It's all built in there together.
Let me make sure, because you and I had talked earlier. You were saying this was a full review because of the environment, because of COVID. You looked at all of our stipends and all of our scales.
Yes, we looked at our entire system, every scale, every stipend, every rate of pay.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question on the slide 28. When you talked about the increase for healthcare only being the max 28, is that $28 total, $28 a month?
Per month.
Per month.
Per month, yes. Any other questions?
Dr. Gehring, do you want to make sure we've kind of got a general direction?
So what I heard in this last section was teacher incentive programs and looking at master teachers, in-house programs that we can create to incentivize teachers to stay in the classroom and compensate them more for becoming experts.
And I'd still like to see some ladder of kind of visualizing what that ladder looks like, so we can see where those big gaps are, so that we can make adjustments. I realize that the ladder is important, and we need to make sure that there is that incentive there. As you showed us, we need to, as you're taking on more responsibilities and a bigger role, you need to be able to be compensated for that. But if we look at a ladder and we see that, okay, it's here, it's here, it's here, but at this level, from a campus administration to district administration, does it still increment at this phase at the ladder, or does that ladder rung go to a different place? And then we know that then that's a place where we can look at different types of adjustments.
So what I'm hearing you talk about is something that looks like this, that has teacher
I'd like
assistant principal,
instructional
coordinators.
Looking at our instructional assistants, looking at our teachers, our APs.
But you'd like to see them visually all on one space, so that we can kind of see where the overlaps are, how far apart they are.
Absolutely.
Okay, is that possible?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yes.
Thank you.
I'm seeing multiple head nods. Yes, this is a general direction.
I think that helps us, and I think that helps us stay out of the space that you were concerned about earlier, where we don't make a decision from the wrong data points. But I think this helps us visualize what the scales are and what's happening, but really be creative and innovative for our teachers and retention, and know where we need to go, right, and see that.
And so one observation is that currently, we see those bands, especially between teachers and administrators. There's a little gap, but there's in fact some overlap in some cases. Like Carolyn was saying, you could go from being an experienced teacher to an assistant principal and take a pay cut. And as we're incentivizing teachers to stay in the classroom and increase their expertise, then we may see much more overlap in that, because we want to incentivize teachers to stay in the classroom. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, but what I'm really curious to see is what that gap looks like, and from even our school administration to our district administration.
Do I see heads nodding on that?
I would like to see that information too.
Okay. I heard for us to check on associate band directors. Is it associate band directors specifically? Are these assistant band directors? Is there a specific difference between the two? Is it?
know that the assistant band directors are lower than the head band directors. However, looking at this compensation thing, it's talking about defensive coordinators for football who are already higher than associate band directors.
And are you talking about stipends specifically?
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll look.
I do have a question about that, though, just for us as we go through the process. If you looked at all the stipends, then let me make sure, is your question for them to relook? I just want to make sure, is there?
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we are being competitive in our band director stuff just as much as we are with football. And I know that when we talk about the immediate area, that's one thing, but if we get a little bit broader, right, looking at similar districts in other places in Texas, we are way below. So that's a concern, and you guys know where my heart is there. So,
yes, absolutely, and that holds true for teacher pay. Everything else in Dallas, Houston, the pay is larger, much higher pay for teachers, for everyone across, not just band, but in every area, they're just higher pay.
Well, and they're not growing like we are, right? That's part of our problem is that we're still a fast growth district. We haven't met that landlocked yet. And so I get it.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure.
But absolutely, we can go back and look at it. It didn't rise to the top of a concern.
Okay.
And in our conversations with the Senior Director of Fine Arts.
Peter?
No, with Jody.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. And I probably just messed up her title, so I apologize.
You'll get in trouble later.
It's Jody. It's Jody.
I heard a question about stipends for folks that are advancing through playoffs and things like that. Did that question get answered, or is there something more that we need to do?
I don't know if that's no, there's nothing, I guess, more to do with that right now. I'm just want to make sure that we're compensating our teachers for the time. And I don't want it to be like, oh, if you win, you get paid more. But I want it to be more of you're going to get paid for that, for increased hours, right? If your season is 3 months long versus your season being 8 months long, is there any difference in the stipend? Because I worry then about our teachers then putting in a lot of time and not being compensated for that, like even in in different areas in dance and where they.
Yeah, and I understand the logic of that. I don't think that's how we construct those stipends. We construct them more with relation to the market, right?
Correct.
And how that works for everybody, because if you get out of whack with that thing, that's when people start moving backwards and forwards. So. All right, then Alexis, you had a question, but I think your question was answered, so I don't think there's follow-up on that one. I want to circle back to something you said earlier, Gloria, about differentiating the pay of administration versus teachers. I think you said, have we considered doing a lower percentage raise for higher paid employees than we do for lower paid employees? Is that something that we need to follow up on? I think I need some direction on whether you want us to follow up on that more and bring something back.
I think I've brought this up a long time ago, and so it was a deja vu moment, but I think that is definitely something we can discuss, right? I know cost of living is going up for everyone, and that's something we need to legislate and advocate for. But in this market, we need teachers in the classroom, and we have a mass exodus happening. And so I really think we need to focus some of that conversation and retention and that, and then, kind of keep that in line with what's happening at the administrative level, and just keep that in line with market rates, but not becoming so inflated overall. Is that fair?
I'm looking for head nods, in case you're wondering. Okay.
Okay. All right, and that's all I have on my list.
I have a question, I remember. Going back to, what is it about Pflugerville ISD that they're able to just have the yellow across the board? What is it about them?
That's a great question. And, I don't know. They made it a target to lead the market with their teachers, and that's where they put their money. I'm sure they made sacrifices in other areas, but I can't speak for how they adjusted their finances to make that. But I do know, in speaking with the administrators over there, that was their goal. That was the goal of the board, to lead the market by a significant amount, and they did that over a couple of years. And they're doing everything they can to sustain that lead.
All right, Erin, you started off talking about scale. Do you need anything extra in there? No? Okay. Christine? Okay.
All right. Thank you.
You know what I would like you to do is pay teachers more, make their compensation great. I'd like their health care to be none. I'd like to have as many teachers as we need for all the positions we need with all the stipends, and I don't want to increase revenue.
We'll get out our magic wand.
Because state's telling me they're not increasing revenue. Like, I would love for us to increase revenue, but it doesn't seem to be happening. So I know it's a balance, and I know y'all have done a tremendous amount of work. Thank you for being open to the conversations too. And I know I've called you. I know other trustees are like keeping on the phone going, wait, what does this mean and how does this mean? I thank y'all for being so receptive to what we're asking, and maybe you might have heard it 3 different ways, but we're like, wait, I want to say one thing different. And I appreciate the board coming together and deliberating and hearing all of our ideas together of how we can keep moving forward. So thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just 2 quick things.
Yes.
Can you just clarify next steps? So we bring this back in 2 weeks for board approval.
Yes, bring back 2 weeks for board approval. With the next board book, we'll be attaching the full compensation plan that will have all of the scales, all of the sub-pay, the temp pay. It'll have the entire compensation system basically attached. So you'll be able to see exactly what those starting rates are, midpoint rates are for all of those positions across the transportation, the auxiliary, and the IA, where we're adjusting that $15 minimum.
Yeah, so we'll be happy in the next 2 weeks to answer any questions
Yes.
that you have. Don't hesitate to reach out. We'll be happy to do that. I just want to thank Carrie Lynn and Bo for this incredible work. So they've taken a very complex issue and made it relatively simple for us to be able to digest in a relatively short amount of time. So not only them, but your team as well, because I know it takes a lot of people to make all of this happen. So thank you.
Yes, and thank you to Bo for being new and jumping right in there and pulling all of this together. So yes, thank y'all very much.
Yeah, just one last little shout out to Bo, because a previous coworker of mine reached out to me today, had some questions, and she said, I reached out to this person and they got back to me. And I said, well, fabulous, who was it? And she told me it was you, so thank you very much for doing that.
Perfect.
You're welcome. I wish you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all so much. Okay, we are going to move back up to the top of our 8A student experience update. We're going to talk about our early childhood and Thinkery Austin partnership.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Trustees. We are here to talk this evening and share some information about our awesome partnership with Thinkery Children's Museum. I have some guests with me tonight. I am very pleased to introduce you to J.J. Lessing, the Vice President for Education at Thinkery Children's Museum, and also our very own Senior Executive Director of Early Childhood, Kendra Winans. So, want to start at the beginning and give credit where credit is due. The conversation and our introductions all began with a meeting with the City of Cedar Park at the invitation of the Assistant City Manager, Catherine Caffrey. So she brought us all together to talk a little bit about the library. that was being built, the new Cedar Park Library, and I was going back through my emails from February of 2021, and I noticed right in that invitation email to Bruce and I and Kendra, she had mentioned really wanting to talk about and encourage the possibility of partnerships between our two organizations. So just wanted to give a shout out to her. So that's where the conversation started. We met Andy Bell, the CEO of Thinkery, as well as some of their board of directors, and the ideas started flying right away, and it was pretty intense right from the get-go, and I think we all knew that we had something good starting, and that we wanted to pursue it further. So before we go any further about the partnership, I wanted to give my guest the opportunity to just talk a little bit about Thinkery Children's Museum for those of you and those of us in our audience that may not know that much about it.
Thank you so much, Matt, and it's a pleasure to speak to the board on behalf of this wonderful partnership. Again, my name is JJ Lessing, and I'm representing Thinkery tonight. So the mission of Thinkery is to create innovative learning experiences that equip and inspire the next generation of creative problem solvers. And when we really think about that, at the core of that is also just really important community partnerships and the great work that we're doing in this type of example here. We do that work through really enriched hands-on learning and STEAM experiences. And some of that work that we've done over the last years in particular is through educator professional development, both workshops and in-class activations, and we also have an opportunity to do really great STEAM camps for children from the ages of pre-K to 5th grade. And we've been doing after-school programs with a great partnership through Boys and Girls Club. And then also, we opened in 2020 our Little Thinkers Preschool. So through all of those various activations that we have as an organization, that was really a jumping off point in these conversations to really start to explore some of the ways that we were going to be able to build up that partnership.
Mark, would you cue the video? This is from Thinkery homepage. It's short, but it's amazing.
The Thinkery is not just a museum, it's a place where students can explore, it's a place where children can grow and experience that success because of something that they did, not something that was given to them. The Thinkery is really special because it really helped me teach my kids how to fail, how to grow, and how to interact with things that they're really going to need for the rest of their lives.
I love bringing our kids here and make it fun, and they make kids really want to learn, and they make kids want to be here and want to come back every day.
Thanks, Mark. And Kendra's going to talk a little bit about how the partnership began. Before we do, I just want to say, as you looked at their mission, and JJ shared it earlier, it has some strikingly similar features to the mission and vision and the core values that you all have been working on for so long, and we noticed that right away, and we're very excited about that. Kendra?
Yes, so you can imagine the synergy that was going on in this meeting when they are talking about their mission and we started talking about our mission. And so the first thing we did was Matt and the early childhood administration team said, let's go see this in action and see what it really looks like. Because talking about it is one thing, but seeing it is something else. So the first thing we did was go into this preschool, and it was just amazing. We saw 3-year-olds doing science experiments using vocabulary that you would think you would hear in a 4th grade classroom. The hands-on materials that really all cemented that our philosophies are so aligned. And how do we bring this into our schools? How can we expand our learning opportunities to include their expertise? So from there, we started talking about a partnership and what would that look like. So they have what they call STEAM from the start, and we're talking 3-year-olds when we talk about STEAM from the start. And we chose a school, and we chose Knowles Elementary School for many reasons. One, they have a variety of the programs on that campus, so we had bilingual. We had special education, and we have our 3s and 4-year-olds. So we decided that that would be a great opportunity. It was a larger community to really invest in this and see where this would go. So the focus was on quality play-based STEAM instruction. We wanted our teachers to understand the content of STEAM and how they could feel confident in exploring with their students. The exciting thing about this is where it says Knowles Elementary Early Childhood Teachers, that also included our instructional assistants, which is an amazing opportunity to learn side by side with their teacher. So this looked like, and this is one of the things we were really excited about, it was a very comprehensive approach to learning and to professional development for our teachers and instructional assistants. They went towards a real multi-faceted approach to where not only did they get the instruction and the learning face-to-face in a traditional learning sense, but then they did where they came in, they taught a lesson, then they would switch with the teachers and they would switch with the IAs. So it was truly coaching. It wasn't just a one-time thing. It was that true follow-up that's so important when you're trying to start something and really learn a practice. So it was very exciting, and we loved the whole idea of the approach to learning. Another thing that really hit home with us is when we discussed how this partnership would work, family involvement and family engagement was really crucial. So we knew with our strategic plan and what we talk about how important that is, and especially with our earliest learners, we knew we had something here. So in the plan, they had family nights where the families would go to Knowles, and the Thinkery would come out and host different activities so that they could experience it with their children, and that their children could then show their parents what they were doing and how they could learn and explore through play and hands-on activities, all STEAM related. Also, families had a weekend at the Thinkery where they could go and explore and learn what's there, and as well as our early childhood class also got to go on field trips. So very comprehensive approach to learning STEAM activities for our youngest learners. Matt?
I'm back. So the next opportunity that came our way from Thinkery was the idea of bringing their legendary summer camps, their STEAM-based hands-on summer camps that have been held in Austin, up to us in Leander ISD. And so we were able to expand our partnership with Thinkery in that direction. And so we have these weekly camps, and you can see the dates and the themes. They will be held at Reed Elementary in Cedar Park. Shout out to Cedar Park again for their assistance in getting this whole partnership started. And as a part of the partnership, Thinkery is extending and providing the opportunity for 80 full scholarships for students in need. And our ESL department has also added on an additional 13 scholarships for early language learners as well. So it's a really excellent opportunity. We have upwards on 225 students signed up. There are 400 spots, so there are still spots available. There are still scholarships available. The link to the registration is at the bottom, but you can just Google Thinkery Summer Camps 2022 and you'll get right to it. But we are really excited about these STEAM summer camps at Reed this summer. Last slide, as far as leveraging the partnership for the future, One of the things Kendra and I were talking about earlier today, and we've talked about before, was that there are other principals are noticing and wondering about the professional learning that the Knowles early childhood teachers and IAs are receiving, and wondering how they can get some of that as well. And that includes the idea of extending the STEAM-based learning into the elementary grades. And we are really excited about those opportunities, and we're starting to set up at least quarterly, if not more, meetings with leadership at Thinkery so we can explore opportunities for even some potential larger projects that we could partner on. Right, Alexis?
Yes, I'm so excited. So thank you for being a partner with us. And I've been talking about partnerships with our communities for a long, long time. So I'm super excited about this one, and would like to segue into, I think this should immediately be a school of choice and an opportunity that we extend on in future conversations. Sorry, jump ahead. But I'm super excited that we could, have a school of choice type model where we teach our teachers and our high school kids and have those like coaching labs and mentor facilities and have all of that on one campus, especially for our kiddos who are doing that early childhood development endorsement. And then partnering with some other people and just really making it a robust and successful program. And so I'm super excited about that potential, hopefully.
My kids call the Thinkery the biggest makerspace ever. We go once a month. It is like, they love it. But I actually got to go to Knowles on my classroom connection visit, and we were out there when Thinkery was there, and they were out there finding snails, and we found like 5 worms in the dirt. We were digging in the dirt, and it was all about, those kids getting out there and playing, and what are they finding. And what was really cool is that what was happening here in the early childhood, right, learning about worms and the outside, was happening at the first grade level, the second grade level. So you're seeing that completely go throughout the school. And then also, there's a lot of talks, at least for me and at my house, of the maker spaces in our district. And what I love is I feel like that this is kind of gearing us toward that, so every campus can have a maker space. And so I'm super excited, like Alexis, to see a partnership to go forward like a school of choice, and also making sure all of our elementaries and early childhood hubs get this training, but also the experience and the opportunity so every student in Leander ISD can have this, because what I saw at Knowles was some pretty powerful, amazing stuff. So thank you so much for partnering with our district. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I just want to echo how much we as Thinkery really value this partnership as well, and how excited we are just thinking ahead to the future for these opportunities and collaborations.
Just the kudos and thank you for those 80 full scholarships. That's significant. Looking at your website and the cost of those, I think that just really shows our investment into our community. And so thank you for doing that.
Getting ready to say thank you, but it looks like you're getting ready to speak, so not wrapping it up
Yeah,
just
when
yet.
it comes to the scholarships, you mentioned that there's still some left. Is the word really getting around to the people who can benefit from that, from the scholarships?
So there are still some left, so we can keep on advertising. We just sent out another blast on Remind. Some of you might have got it, and so did I. And I was like, oh, not another Remind from Reed. I'm like, oh, it's Thinkery. Okay. So yeah. So, and we've got it. There's stuff getting tweeted out. There's stuff on different websites and things. So if you have any other ideas, because I really do, we're going to meet with the principals. We've been meeting and talking about, hey, any kids that you think would benefit from this. We do not want, the cost to be a barrier, and I know Thinkery feels the same way. We don't want cost to be a barrier to having the opportunity to participate in 1 week or even multiple weeks of Thinkery camps this summer.
I was thinking, are those reminds going out in Spanish and then thinking about, like, if we're tweeting or posting in different places like that, our families that qualify may not be able to access that. And if we're able to be more targeted to our kids that qualify for free and reduced lunch in some way of specifically sending something with families, or like the school counselors talking to those families and just making sure that they're aware of that opportunity and offering that information in Spanish and other languages.
Another good resource might be the Peach Jar. Do it bilingual and have it in Peach Jar on elementary campuses.
And I think we do have a Peach Jar going out with a bilingual flyer, and we are doing the reminds in Spanish as well. But I think there is still more we can do, and we're trying to get down to just the face-to-face, person-to-person level and get that message to people so that they do know that the opportunity is available, and it's available right in their backyard. So,
and then the school registrars generally are more in direct contact with those families and can, if they have some bandwidth, getting a hold of them directly.
That is an excellent point, Sade. Thank you.
We got an email on January 24th with a flyer. Are we printing those out? Because I mean, I totally printed mine out and posted it on our neighborhood, but is it something we can do? It's just another way. You know, parents are starting to come back on campus. I know, at least in my neighborhood, they were not aware of the partnership. Granted, we live in North Leander. I was mouthing parents as teachers as another avenue. I'm just curious because my kids are going to the camp. We go every year. We love it. I just think what Gloria's saying, making sure we're connecting and accessible and no barriers for all students.
We got a new flyer coming out, so you should, and it's actually just got finished today. So I think SCR was vetting it and making sure, and I think you guys are looking at it right now. So anyway, should be coming at you and everybody else, including the new families in the north shortly.
I love it when
And
y'all
parents
have
as teachers.
answers to our questions before we even ask them. So thank y'all. So, yeah. All right. Anything else? Thank y'all so much for the presentation. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for the partnership. Thank y'all. So, all right, board members, we're going to move on to item 8B, governance. 8B1, consider approval of the Texas Association of School Boards initiated localized policy update 118, with the exception of policy FEC local. Sean, do you want to give us is there anything we need to know about this? Have there been any changes since we last talked?
No, actually, I commit to you that I will be as efficient as possible. I know that everybody has an inward groan when they see that the lawyer has 3 agenda items in a row. Since the last time we talked about this, I told you we were just going to wait a little bit and make sure that we had a chance to look at this in policy review. We don't have any additional changes from what the policy committee had talked about on that update 118. Keeping in mind that we're still doing some research on FEC and trying to get some more feedback from principals and APs, but I'm sure you can all appreciate that it's a very busy time of year, and so it's taking a little time to get those groups together to talk with them about that. So at this time, we're recommending those TASB-initiated changes as presented, with the exception of FEC.
Board members, anything?
Madam President, I move the board adopt local board policy update 118 as presented, with the exception of policy FEC local.
I second.
I have a motion from Aaron, second from Anna. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to item 8B2, consider approval of district-initiated updates to board policy GKD local.
So unlike the policy 118 stuff, we do have an additional change that you'll note on that document that was a result of discussion that Jamie Dissler and I had, as well as going through the policy review process. And this was a very helpful addition from our TASB policy consultant that includes making a note. You'll see in the first 2 paragraphs of the policy, makes a note that deals with noting that this is limited open forum. And additionally, more importantly, it also includes an acknowledgement of our legal requirements to what is more commonly known as the Boy Scout Act, ensuring that patriotic societies have equal access to our facilities. Other than that, we've cleaned this document up, and hopefully it's clear what the changes are. And again, we've circled back around, and Jimmy and I ran through these scenarios, and we do believe that this is the practice, and now it is finally encapsulated in policy as has been recommended by internal audit, and we don't believe that this actually changes the practices we deal with our PTAs and our organizations that we work closely with.
And our policy committee saw this one as well, right?
Yes, ma'am, it did. What they haven't seen is that addition that we got out of policy review, but I don't think that that's a very controversial change.
Just because you referenced audit, I was going to ask if Helene had any comment, or if there were any, I don't know, any discussion points relative to the audit review.
I always get nervous when I feel like I'm going to speak for Helene. I know that she's had an opportunity to review it. We didn't have any significant feedback as far as major changes or anything that was out of line with what the audit recommendation was, but I'll turn back in her direction in case I'm totally speaking out of line here.
No, that's correct. Thank you. I move the board adopt district-initiated changes to policy GKD local as presented.
I second.
I have a motion from Aaron, second from Anna. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item, 8B3. Consider approval of an amendment to extend the MOU with Leander Education Excellence Foundation. DeLeaf.
So first, I'm going to apologize for some of the confusion on this, but I think it's those who've been on the board for a while know that there's been a lot of confusion around this subject matter. There were multiple documents that were uploaded to Board Book today so that you have the full sweep of these documents, and I think it helps to illustrate how this has been a muddy situation, and it really illustrates why it's the work we're doing now to renegotiate this agreement and have one holistic agreement is going to really help to clarify the relationship between the parties. All that you're being asked to do tonight is to extend the timeline on what you see in this document as the 2018 MOU, which includes an amendment for the scoreboard agreement for the license for Leaf to manage the sales of our advertising on our scoreboards, and it extends it until June 30, 2022. That allows us to maintain our relationship contractually, but it gives us a little bit of breathing room for both of the parties to complete those negotiations and to make sure that we're giving it its due diligence.
Board members, any questions, or we need a motion?
I move the board approve the amendment to the LEAF MOU that extends the agreement until June 30th, 2022.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Christine. Any other questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you. And thank you, Leaf Foundation. All right, we will be moving on to item 8B4, discussion of the board purpose statement.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. I am here tonight to bring you an update on the draft board purpose statement. If you recall, last meeting, we laid out a plan for a process for developing the board agenda planning calendar at the request of our Board of Trustees. And part of that process started with the board purpose statement combined with the vision, mission, and graduate profile. So what is it we want to try to accomplish, and why do we come into board meetings, right? When you put that all together, that would drive the board agenda planning process. So in your packet, you will find one paper that does say the draft board purpose statement. When I was here last time, we reminded you of the work that began at the board retreat. So back in December with David Langford, we started with what is the purpose of the board, right? And we know that there's items that are in policy and in education code that are the compliance pieces of and duties of the board. But really, when we think about a board purpose statement, so what's at the heart? Why do we come together? What are we wanting to accomplish? And in that board retreat, we actually sought feedback from you, and that's represented on the charts over here on the wall, but you also have a copy on that document in front of you. And we had you prioritize. So doing some hot dotting, a red dot was the most important for you, and green dots were as important but not as important. And so you can see how those fell out, and we just counted up, giving a red dot was worth 3 points and a green dot was worth 1 point. You can see that tabulated there. So last board meeting, we did ask for volunteers to work with Sarah and I to take your feedback and draft a purpose statement, which you do see right here. So we were very honored to be able to work with Sade, Alexis, and Christine to draft the statement that is before you. And so we wanted to seek feedback on what you have in front of you. And I will turn it over to Christine, Alexis, or Sade if there's anything you wanted to add.
Thank you, board members, by the way, for serving and being on this. This is an excellent start. I like it. Love to hear what y'all have to say.
It was fun. We got to kind of, look over the work that was done in December, and, Sarah was able to remind us of what we did and what we talked about and how it all worked out. And we each of us took a stab at it, and then we leaned on the Sarah Squared and Dr. Sarah Squared, excuse me, and they were able to help us kind of, amalgamate all three of ours together, and so that's what we produced here, and it was really cool. It was a really neat process.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the meeting, and I enjoyed, this made it really easy. This tool made it very easy for us, right? Because we had all these engaging conversations and knew really what we valued as a team of 7, 8. And so it made the work super easy, and wordsmithing came very easily. And so I really appreciate it. And I love this version, so I like it. Good job.
So has anybody read the version out yet? The draft? Do we have it?
The purpose of the LISD Board of Trustees is to unleash the potential of each and every learner in our system by listening to and engaging with the community in order to advocate for every student's needs while continuously improving, enhancing, and optimizing the system.
I love how it is. It's our board purpose statement for our whole district, but it seems very very specific to your student. That's what I love about it. I love the each and every learner and advocate for every student's needs while continuously improving, enhancing, and optimizing the system. I love that.
And this shouldn't be completely different from all the documents we have. This is about where, kind of as a board, we're talking about that planning calendar that's getting ready to come up. This is going to be used as that balance. When we talk about evaluating the board, how are we doing our job? This will be used as one of those tools. So now's a great time for input, which means I'll be quiet because I see Aaron's mic lit up.
I just had one observation. I think the student learning and student success items that were in our list aren't necessarily directly reflected in this language. The best I can do to tie them back to the purpose statement is the unleash potential language. But it, as interesting as that language is, it may lack a little something in terms of connecting to student learning, student success, student outcomes. And so I'm trying to bridge to that and struggling just a little bit.
So that's great feedback. We can definitely work to incorporate that in if that is the board's desire.
I guess what I'd like to know is, because when I look at it, I'm thinking it's in there. So again, I'm thinking of this book I read where be careful. The number one mistake you can make with communication is to think you're saying what you think you're saying, but nobody else is hearing it, right? And so I see that connection here. Aaron, help me understand, are you concerned that we wouldn't do those things like have those academic updates in our DIP and how we're reaching our goals? And do you think that's missing with this language? Or what is the specific, I guess, what's the outcome you think would see with that language that you're missing? So help me figure that out.
I guess where I'm coming from is, as a trustee, I think my one job, if I can't do anything else, is to help ensure the academic success and preparation of each student. And I don't know that I see that expressed here explicitly. You could argue that it's implied in some of the language, but for me, this statement of purpose would mean more if it was more explicit about that objective. I'm not trying to prescribe specific language. I'm just providing some feedback about some language that we put dots next to that isn't explicitly in this set of words.
I'm trying to see where it is. Okay, I do see it up there. So one of the things that we talked about initially was, and she mentioned it just this evening, is differentiating what our compliance obligations are versus coming up with a purpose statement that doesn't quite duplicate that, but is still based on what we have identified up there. And the unleash potential was heavily identified up there, dotted.
Yeah, I'm looking over our vision and mission statement, and I see unleash potential in that same way where when we were talking about our vision and our mission and we put all the dots and we came up with that community cultivates, and I think it was Trustee Johnson that came up with that cultivates word to kind of bring together all of these pieces where cultivate wasn't really the word that we dotted, but we were trying to bring together these different items. And so I feel like unleash potential really does a great job of doing exactly that. And also realizing that this purpose statement is tied with all of these other pieces of our vision and our mission and our core beliefs of how we cultivate each student and with that mission, again, of cultivating and unleashing potential. So I think it's great, and I like the language that was put in there.
Yeah, in our core beliefs, we talk about a deliberate, intentional focus on relevant and deeper learning for each student will optimize individual outcomes and personal growth. Again, when I read this statement, I get that, but I feel like it's it's hitting the subject, but it's not going into detail, right? Because we have all these guiding documents that are going into detail for us. That's how I'm looking at it. Right.
I'll make one final comment. I don't mean to stick here for long. The word unleash is a passive word. It's to not do something, right? To not leash. To leash is to restrain, to hold back, to limit. And so by not limiting, it says we're not doing something. But what's the positive? What is the thing we're actually trying to do? I worry that we're not being explicit enough about that thing.
Can the committee members explain why y'all picked unleash?
Well, unleash potential is, not just that it's up there, but it is a phrase. So it's not like you look at the word unleash individually aside from the word potential. Unleash potential is a phrase that has meaning by itself.
I guess I know it was on the board, I guess, because the way I look at unleash, it's like, all right, we're going to give the kids what they need to do. They're going to be able to, unleash their passion on the learning in their classroom. Like, that's kind of how I'm looking at it. And that's why I'm curious why the committee, did y'all just use that word because it's on the thing? I was just wondering if there was further discussion on that, that's all.
I think we did use it because it was highly hot dotted, but I think because we knew the intentionality of those conversations was not to provide any barriers to our students. And so I think that was the intention of how we got there on that board. And so that carried into this theme of we're not going to create a barrier for any learner in our environment. That
right.
makes sense.
Yeah, I think going back to that conversation we had back in December, I think that's where that's where our brains went. And it was a long time ago, but I think, Sarah was able to remind us that, through that process that we all took part in, that came out on top. And then the next big one was to listen and engage. That had 4 of the red dots, and so we sort of listening and engaging. So it's an active thing, right? It's not an impassive voice. It's an activity where we're and it's that continuously improving piece as well. I think that continuous improvement of not just staff and teachers and students, but it's us too. And so if something isn't working, that we have the ability to kind of guide the district where it needs to go. So that was kind of the thinking behind it.
Did the committee talk about the word potential specifically? I know the whole phrase was up there, but that word potential is very particular vocabulary, right? Did you talk about what that
We
meant?
did, because the success is different for everyone, and so we want each and every kid to reach their potential. So that was kind of the conversations that we had together before we kind of crafted our own, and then the Sarahs helped us put it together.
Just thinking if I like the phrase together, but if we wanted to think of other options, it could synonyms for unleash that are looking and ignite and power, which I'm kind of like over, and then I don't know, free, expand, but I feel like unleash the potential, to me that shows like it's all there. And we're going to do everything to, when I read that, that's exactly what visually I see. And so that's why that does excite me, because it's there in every student, and we're opening that and freeing that, and so I feel like with those words together there, it's not in a deficit. It's in the all that potential is there, and we're freeing it.
I do go back to our team of 8 training when I see them see the language here about the system, because when we're talking about continuous improvement, it is expect the results of what your system's doing. So is your system working to optimize the results, or is your system hindering, right? And so this makes me think of those continuous improvements. And again, how are we improving our system so that we can get those results? Yeah, so I do see that full circle. I wonder if, Sarah, given some of the questions that were raised this evening, I think you get the idea of where we are. And if the board is okay with this, to kind of let's keep moving forward with the full understanding that we may need to keep tweaking this as we move along. We might all of a sudden get in there and go, wait a minute, that wasn't the word I thought. Let's go ahead and go, let's keep, continuously improving, fail forward, all that great stuff. But I think this gives us a base to at least start some of the, based on what I'm hearing so far, so I'm looking for trustees' nods, to get us going as, okay, let's get that calendar going. Let's talk about what are the big goals we need to start getting done. And as we have these conversations, we'll just keep this kind of in mind in case we need to reevaluate and use this as a tool to go back and go, oh, maybe we want to change or adapt as we move along.
Yes, ma'am. So let me talk about next steps. So at the next board meeting, we actually will take this purpose statement along with the feedback that we've heard tonight, and then aligned with our vision, mission, graduate profile, and start really thinking about if this is why we come together, which is captured in the purpose statement, along with that focus on student success. and with our graduate profile, the vision, mission, that's what we want to accomplish, then what do we need to spend our time here in this board meeting talking about? And really we'll go through a process and get your input and prioritize that so that we make sure that we are talking about the most important work that does align to not only the board purpose, but what you have set out as our bold vision for what we want to create here. So then we'll go through that process. Then Sarah and I will take all of that feedback, and we'll draft a planning calendar and bring it back to you for input to see if it hits the mark of what you all believe we need to be spending our time on.
Looking for head nods, okay? And if I'm correct, and I might be restating this, the goal then is we've done core beliefs, graduate profile. These are the things that we want to see the system do or produce. When we're looking at a purpose statement, it's like, it's kind of that theory of action. What do we see the board needing to do to operate the changes that we said we've identified that we want to see in the system?
Yeah, so looking at why did we come together, and that will drive the rest of the work.
Okay. All right. Thanks so much. All right. We will move on to the next agenda item, 8C, Operations. 8C2, consider approval of the TASB Risk Management Interlocal Participation Agreement with the TASB Risk Management Fund. Elaine, we're seeing you before midnight. That's a good thing.
And it's not budget. There's something different. The district does participate in the TASB Risk Management Fund for insurance coverage on auto, property, liability, workers' comp. TASB Risk Management Fund has updated their interlocal participation agreement, and so this action would approve that agreement as required by TASB, seeking board approval so that we can continue our coverage with them. If we don't agree to these terms, then we have the ability to cancel all of our coverage effective the end of this month, and that's not an option we choose to do. So,
board members, if there are no questions, I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the amended interlocal participation agreement with the TASB Risk Management Fund.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. Any questions? All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to the consider approval of early release of critical positions.
yes, tonight we're bringing forward a second round of early release positions. This would include 3 middle school teachers, a middle school counselor, and 15 special ed positions. These are hard to fill positions that we would like to release so that HR can get those posted and start filling. And the cost of this is included in our budget estimates.
Board members, this is up for a motion vote tonight. So if there aren't any questions, I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve the addition of 19 new positions for the 2022-2023 school year at an estimated cost of $1,251,354.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, second from Anna. If there are no other questions, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We'll move on to item 8C4, discussion of potential November 2022 bond election.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Gearing. We are here tonight. At the last board meeting, there was a request to bring back some information regarding a timeline for a potential November 2022 bond election. So we're here tonight to discuss that with you, as well as include some information regarding our Citizens Facility Advisory Committee process and the Long Range Planning Committee and how all of this fits together.
What we're going to do first to start, basically, what is a CFAC? The CFAC is the Citizen Facility Advisory Committee that is put together to review the facility needs of the district, and they make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees for possible bond election. And also, after this 2021 bond election that failed, the board decided to look at a long-range planning committee, and so we did institute that into the process. And so what is the long-range planning committee? That's board members, 3 board members, and district administrators that are tasked with developing a 10-year plan of the facilities plan, and then also focused on the student learning and anchored in our
core beliefs that take into consideration the following criteria. You can see there, student access being learning experiences that interest them, facility optimization, fiscal responsibility, and then changes in population over time. Of course, the CFAC process, now we do have consider the 10-year plan from the Long Range Planning Committee, which is new, and then of course we form the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee, which is made up of the subcommittees and steering committee, and then the CFAC subcommittees will develop a package of projects and needs, and they submit that to your steering committee, and then the steering committee will review everything, and then they'll make a recommendation to the Board of Trustees. And then if the board chooses, they will call for an election, which is set by law. And of course, looking at bond election timelines, when we look back at the November 21, we actually started discussing that in January, and then we started assembling the teams in the different committees in February. And so you can see the process, and then March and April, all the committees met, developed their list of projects, and then in May and June, the steering committee took those recommendations and went through and prioritized them, and then made a recommendation to the board. You can see, and then October or August, the board did call for the election. So you can see the 7-month timeline there. And when you look at the comparison of what we did then and what we would be looking at now, you can see we took 7 months for the November 2021 bond, and if we were to move forward with the November 22 bond, we're looking at a compressed schedule of only 4 months. And then if you look forward into the May 2023 possible election, you'd be back on a 7-month schedule. And of course, other considerations are what other items are in the November 2022 election. Of course, Leander ISD is planning to hold a voter approval tax rate election and also attendance credit election. And of course, the board does have 5 seats up for election in November. And of course, it's a statewide election, very contested one, so that'll be part of the consideration too.
So while it's ultimately your decision as a Board of Trustees to call for a bond election, as administration, we do have some recommendations that we would love to present to you tonight. So our recommendation would be that we allow the Long Range Planning Committee to continue their work on this 10-year plan, hopefully finalizing that in this summer of 22. Go ahead and convene the CFAC Steering Committee in August of 22. We could accept recommendations from you all throughout the summer in June and July. Of course, have the subcommittee meetings throughout September and December. This would give them an opportunity to walk through our facilities and actually be a part of the process. The last time, many of our meetings were on Zoom, so it would be nice to be able to do that in person. Of course, the elections in November would be the VATRE and the ACE election, and of course, our 5 board seats. We would ask the CFAC then, if you were amenable to this, to make recommendations to you all in January of 23. And should you wish to call for the bond election, you would do that in February, and we would hold a bond election in May. So y'all asked us for timelines for November, so we tried to present what we've done historically, what November might look like, and then our recommendations for you all as a board to consider.
And just one clarification is that, of course, that VATRE and those ACE elections have not been called yet. That would be a board decision as well by the deadline to call for that November election.
Board members?
So I do appreciate the Long Range Planning Committee continuing their work, and I want to make sure that CFAC has enough time to really understand all of the work. We know from looking at data, and a lot of the planning that we've looked at, we've talked about possibly, 2 elementary schools that we know right now that we've been, the 2 different sites that we've talked about and considered. I really wanted in November. I really kind of wanted November, but I'm right now I'm talking and thinking out loud. I know that we need long range planning to do the work that you are doing so that y'all can give those stipulations, give that information to CFAC, so CFAC knows what the board wants there, because without that guidance, it's not going to work well. And we know how important, if we decide to call that VATRE, and I know we call it all different things, right? Vader, and all those things. That election, if we decide to do that, it has so many other implications on everything, and our cuts and our budget, and I mean, most importantly, our pay scale. And I worry that having a bond and the language that the state requires for bond, and mixing that with the VATRE, and just throwing too much on there. But what I'm wondering is, if we did decide to go to May, that does kind of delay, if we were thinking, of construction of schools by 6 months, because that is a 6-month delay. The first part of before we can construct anything is our design, and that, that architectural design process. Where are we? I know we've talked about that 2017 bond savings, and I'm wondering, is there any way that we could start some of that process, whether we pass a bond or not pass a bond, have that process and have those designs drawn and ready to go, so then there's not really a 6-month delay, right? Because if we waited until May to then start that process, then there really would be that delay. What does that look like?
And we had a meeting on Monday, and I'm going to try to do this without, that is being talked about, and it is a priority. That was, how would I say this? It was on our chart, the committee's chart, and it is going to be put forth to the bond steering committee, right? You know where I'm talking about.
Bond oversight.
Yeah, bond oversight. That is a big priority, to get it started now rather than wait. And we have this whole timeline that our administration put together for us to give us an idea of, like, well, if we do this, we need to start working now. So, like, an example would be, we're talking about schools of choice right now. This is a great example. And schools of choice have been talked about with our CFAC, right? And in this process, and on our timeline, it's like, well, we have this time, like, well, what does that look like? And when do we implement that talk? Like, it's on there, but it hasn't been released yet.
Yeah, I would say we are discussing that. Given the timelines, even if we did call a November bond election, and even if the bond passed, we're not going to be able to build that school any faster than if we passed that bond election in May. In other words, a November bond election is too late for us to have a school on the ground the following September or August. It's a year after that. And so a successful May election gives us enough time to do all the same things, particularly if we move up the design, which is something we're discussing. Even, I won't put Jimmy in this box, but I think even if we weren't able to do that, we would still have, 14 months? And we could probably still get it done in that time frame, but it would be tight.
That timeline and those decisions that you're talking about, that really impacts, like, my thought process on this, right? And so when do we think we'd have more information on that? Sorry to put y'all on the spot.
We're meeting again, and then I think we have one more meeting after that. Like, I think our last meeting, we really made some progress. I can tell you, like, the designs of the school, HVAC renovations, things that need to happen are top priority in regards to the rezoning, because we know when you look at the numbers, we've got certain schools overflowing, and so it's, without giving it away, I know we are meeting 2 more times, and hopefully we'll have an answer by then.
It's not going to be as soon as you would like, because this decision probably has to be made before that work is done.
I will say though, I do like the process we're doing it because we are getting an idea of what facilities we do need, what facilities we don't need. So we are being, aware of how much we will go to bond, and it's been kind of eye-opening, I'll be honest with you. But also at the same time, that I will be honest with you, that design and whatever leftover savings we have from the bond is a big topic.
Jimmy, can you talk to that a little bit more and make me feel a little more confident about, because that changes the timeline, right? That's 6 months from November to May. But if we started that design process, then it really wouldn't be that type of delay. And I like that point you made of, but if we do it in November, if we do it in May, by the time that building's able, we're looking at a fall opening, and that fall opening is going to be the same. And so I do appreciate that, we're going through all of this process, and I know I asked for a timeline and it's not exactly the way I wanted it to look, but I do appreciate this.
I think just to reiterate what Erin said is we're looking at a school opening of August of 24. And so just regardless of whether we go in November or May, the school openings are being planned for August of 24.
Correct.
Does that help?
But is that where the bond 2017 savings will go towards that school, or would that go towards an earlier school?
So there's lots of conversation around that, which we'll bring back to you when we're ready.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, we're working very strategically and succinctly in order to not delay progress, but utilize funds and facilities with that maximize in lens. And so there's a couple options, but we're definitely keeping that timeline in mind and not going to put ourselves in a crunch. And so really work strategically on a few of those options and not delay progress. And that will come back to the board for decisions this summer.
I don't know if this makes you feel any better, Gloria, but part of this sheet, it even goes in the detail, this is when we need to start rezoning for potential elementary 30. This is when we need to start thinking about the design of said whatever school. It's very detailed to the point, but yeah, a lot of what Erin said, it wouldn't be until 24.
And for our community that's watching, I think it's, and here in the audience, for board members, let's all keep each other aware of all the moving parts and discussions, because we're meeting till late in the evenings. We're doing our research. We're living and breathing this. And so things like ACE November, I'm like, oh yeah, that's recapture. But our audience might not know, oh yeah, that's that recapture election, right? And so when you're talking about a long-range planning committee, okay, that's the board and administration meeting. And then at the same time, we have the bond oversight group. They're going to end up meeting and taking your information. So that group's going to end up, we're going to have their conversations. And then we have CFAC subcommittee, the CFAC steering committee. And so it's just, let's keep reminding each other when we see acronyms come up, all the different conversations and players and coordination that we have going on. And just want to make sure, I saw head nods. ACE is recapture, and that's that thing where we're going to ask voters. It's going to sound unusual. It's going to be like, do you want to do this? And people will be like, oh, no, I don't. But if we don't do that, then we end up sending off part of our property. So again, another part, we'll explain at a later meeting. But ACE is recapture. The VADER is the part that we're talking about, where we give tax relief, but we also help our teachers with M&O.
And we're also balancing two other things specifically that we're very conscious of that have time and impact. So number one is the lead time on these projects. So, that 14 months I would have said before we can do that. It's very uncertain now whether we can do that or not. We just won't actually know until we get in the middle of that. And then the other issue is rising costs. So the longer we delay these projects, the more they're going to cost the district, and so we have to keep that in the back of our minds as well. But I know the long-range planning committee is very aware of both of those issues and is working with the totality of that understanding of how do we make sure we're putting the right facilities on the ground at the right time, that we can afford to do it and that we can get them open when we say we're going to open them.
Anything else? All right. All right, board members, well then I guess we're done discussing that item. We'll move on to 8C5, the Business and Finance Monthly Reports. I'm guessing Elaine's going to go, do y'all have any questions?
I'll switch it up for you. There is nothing specifically to point out. The reports are standard.
Board members, any questions? All right. Thank you, Elaine. Thank you for coming up here to be available for questions. Appreciate that. All right. Board members, before we move into closed session, I'll just point out again, there is the debrief. And the reason I'm pointing that now is because when we come back from closed session, sometimes the laptop's already down. If you go ahead and click on board meeting debrief, you can fill out those items. As you know, Lou is telling me what they're saying, so I am paying attention. Lou, I'm seeing the link's not working now. Is it? Okay. Oh. Thank you, Lou. And then don't forget to do the dot. This is part of our continuous improvement tool. We'll do the dots here. We're going to be looking at this in our December Team of 8 retreat, and we'll kind of go over what our dots look like throughout the year. All right. So without further ado, it is 10:14, and we are going into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding whereby matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, deliberation, and consideration of employment of Chief Communication Officer. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel, consideration of cabinet reorganization, and update superintendent evaluation, which falls under our Texas Government Code 551.074. All right. We will be going into closed session. There will be no action in closed session. Any actions will be taken when we come back out here into open session. All right, board members. All right. We've got several motions. We've got first, we are back. It is 12:19. Let's get to that. And we are now back in open. We'll start with item agenda 10A, consider approval of teacher and administrator contracts. I need a motion.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-22 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2022-23 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Sade, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays. Okay, make sure. Okay. Chief Communication Officers next.
I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Christina Hardy for Chief Communication Officer for the Office of Superintendent 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions. What?
Read it again.
Oh, wait, let me do it again. I move the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations of Christina Hardy for Chief Communication Officer for the Office of Superintendent 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second. I have a motion from Anna, second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Item 10C.
I will make a motion, but I'm going to make a statement.
Okay.
I believe this is campus supportive to our principals in a very trying time, and so I'm going to make the motion, but I do it in support of better support and coaching for our principals. I move that the board approve the cabinet level reorganization as discussed in closed session.
I have a motion from Alexis. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Aaron. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Discussion.
Discussion.
We can do discussion.
I feel that I'm going to vote against this, and I feel that while I support that, and I appreciate you saying that, until I know we put out, and I really appreciate HR and Carrie Lynn talking about our HR plan and increasing that minimum hourly raise and giving that raise. Until we made those adjustments, I just don't feel comfortable doing that right now. So that's why I will be voting against it.
Anything else? All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, okay. 6 ayes. Those opposed? 1 nay. Motion carries. All right, is there anything else? Board members, y'all worked, a lot of discussion, a lot of work ahead of time. You're out on campuses, you're calling admin. Thank y'all for your investment in this district, in these students. It does show and make a difference. Please don't forget our continuous improvement tool over there, because I want to tell teachers we are doing it too. So don't forget to fill out the dot. Thank you so much. It's 12:23. There's no other items before us. This meeting is adjourned.